Okay, this is for the portion of my audience that watches like 10 minutes of the video or 5 minutes of the video and then stops. These are the three main things I want to tell you about my thoughts on the topic after having read a lot of the different wiki pages and thought a lot about the topic. I think this will help you significantly if you plan to do any January tournament. So there's three things. Number one is the cheat code to this topic is the comparative. About 90% of the arguments that are worth their salt on this topic deal directly with some comparative and can be taken out very easily by a smart comparative. What I mean by a comparative is it is likely that China will try to get some minerals or some resources either way. And so the best thing you can do for yourself, hear me out, right? Like if you do this for an hour, I promise it will be so worth it on the topic. Number one, you should list out all of the different ways that China might try to get minerals instead or any resources instead. Secondly, if any of those ways involve a decrease in extraction in some deposit, that probably will be filled in by someone else who's opportunistic and trying to look for that new vacuum of the deposit, or if it involves China increasing its demand for any resources that are extracted by any non-Chinese entities. Those comparatives, you should list out all of the different actors who might fill in and do that extraction instead. And once you have that list, it should be a pretty long list, by the way. The second step is for every single one of those comparatives, you should determine where it falls on a scale from like the best case scenario for the world, if this filled in, versus the worst case scenario for the world. And maybe there's like some medium ones as well. And for the way that you should do this is for each one of those on your list, you should come up with some warrants on both sides that are like, here are all of the analytical reasons, you don't have to card them, for why this is better than the current Chinese extraction in the status quo, and then all the analytical reasons for why it's worse. And what this gets you is it also gets you a bunch of free turns, because that means anytime you hit anyone running a comparative on the other side that you have on your list, you have these free warrants you've already prepped that are effectively turns. They're like, actually, they say this is better than the status quo. Here are two or three reasons why it's actually worse. Um, and this is, I think, very, very useful on this topic. Next step, for all of the ones that you identify to be the most significant as best case scenarios or worst case scenarios, you should find a bunch of warrants why they're very likely or why they're very unlikely. These really ideally should be comparative, meaning, for example, like this comparative, this fill in is more likely than this other fill in. So, for instance, domestic extraction is more likely than imports, or joint development is more likely than illegal mining, or Western fill-in is more likely than Russian fill-in, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, the next thing to note about the comparative is you need to remember that it's a mix of different things. This is what I call like comparative pluralism. So even if one comparative is the most likely and someone wins warrants for why it is more likely than other comparatives, it doesn't necessarily mean that it dominates the comparative. It doesn't necessarily contribute very much to the average comparison. So let's take just an example to prove the math on this. Let's say the US does fill in for China more than any other country individually, right? So let's say it fills in for 10% of all Chinese extraction projects are then replaced by US operators. That might be more than any other country. So therefore, like more likely than any other country, right? Maybe the EU does 8%, maybe Russia does 6%, maybe Brazil does 5%, whatever. But it still doesn't dominate the average. So there's still 90% out there that is not the US. So you could concede, for instance, yes, you're right, this is the most likely comparison. And yes, you're right that maybe this is like very bad or something. But still, the average of all of the mixture of all of the rest might still be somewhat neutral or even maybe slightly marginally good. And so this is an easy escape route that you can give yourself if you're getting destroyed on the comparative debate. It's not a binary, right? The other implication of this is that even if you are losing, that their comparative also happens, all of the warrants that you provide for why your comparative is more likely also are warrants for why it dominates a greater portion of the average. So, for instance, even if their argument about illegal mining still does happen in some circumstances, the warrants that we've provided imply that joint development, let's say, dominates like the vast majority of the way that China will get minerals instead, which crowds out a substantial portion of their comparative. And that's easy weighing that you can do between them. And this also means, by the way, that like you could straight up drop a comparative in like constructive and rebuttal, and then use the strategy to weigh against it later in the round, like as late as summary, for instance. So, for instance, let's say you are running like illegal mining on the con, and they're running joint development. And you both drop each other's cases to some extent, or you drop that part of the case. Maybe they're hidden in both cases. You could then stand up in summary and be like, it's true that joint development will fill in for China's demand for minerals to some extent. They've also dropped that illegal mining will fill in to some extent. So the question becomes weighing between these two, which one will dominate and which one will have a much greater extent. We have three reasons why it's more likely to be illegal mining on average or something like that, which is a very useful weighing that can allow you to come back against a comparative, even one that you've dropped later into the game, which is also a reason why I think it's an absolute must to include some comparative in your case just to allow yourself to do this. And you can also do this as sort of heavy mitigatory defense, even if you're going for a clash that doesn't depend on a comparative later in the round. This is also something you should note, right? Like, note which arguments do and don't depend on the comparatives. I still maintain that the vast majority do get affected by the comparatives in some way. But there's some arguments about just the transition itself, regardless of what fills in later. Most of these arguments rely on there being some delay or something like that. For instance, maybe like China loses green tech to some extent for like a few months because whatever other things that it does to get the minerals to supplement its industry take a while. And so that would be an example of like a transition argument that doesn't necessarily depend on what the comparative is. It just depends on the speed of the comparative filling in. You should also, a lot of people are sneaking these into their cases, like they're sneaking comparatives into different contentions. And so you should sort of keep an ear out for anything that sounds like a sneaky comparative, because that often becomes even more important to answer than the contention itself. Okay, the last thing I want to talk about with comparatives is some sort of generic stock advantages that you have on both sides that are kind of things that you can apply to any comparative debate. So if you're on the pro, on this topic or really any topic, you have the advantage of saying that the actor has a rational self-interest in skewing the implementation or maybe picking the comparative to some extent in a way that benefits its own interest. So for instance, in this case, the PRC could probably select the comparative that it wants to some extent and kind of control the implementation to make it smooth and maybe avoid transition costs. And the reason that it would want to do this is sort of obvious, right? It's rational. And so if the con makes any arguments about why some comparative is likely worse and something about it being worse affects the PRC's rational self-interest, then that would be an independent reason why this is unlikely compared to any other comparative that benefits the PRC's interest in a relative sense. If you're on the con, the generic benefit that you always have is this kind of revealed preference argument, which is like, well, there's a reason that the PRC in this case is not choosing these other comparatives or not choosing these other alternatives. It's because it has done all the calculations or whatever, probably has a lot more information than we do, and it has decided that this is the best route to take, which is sort of a blanket warrant you could apply to any comparative that the pro offers for why this other thing is likely better for the PRC than the status quo, because you could just be like, okay, then why hasn't it done that already? Like if you're right, then it should have already switched. And so this is evidence, pretty strong evidence, I would say, that it's probably more likely that any comparative the pro offers is actually net worse for the PRC's interest, which might help with like a neg econ scenario, for instance, maintaining a link on that. Okay. Second major thing I want to talk about is that implementation on this topic actually really matters. The topic wording is about a substantial reduction, which is clearly not all. I don't even think it necessarily means most, which is very important because it means that any argument on either side that is about any specific or very niche subset of resources, even if it is international and even if it is natural resources, it doesn't necessarily get included in the most likely implementation of a reduction of natural resource extraction. So, for example, this might implicate things like niche arguments about just cobalt or like one single mineral or even like rare earth minerals, despite the fact that they are very big, they're not that big internationally, like most of them are within China's borders and stuff. Or even something like a region like the South China Sea. You could respond to all of these arguments by saying, like, look, we agree with them. There's something in their case, for instance, that suggests that this is like disproportionately important to the PRC. which means of all of the international resource extractions that they do, this is perhaps the least likely to be included in a substantial reduction, given that the PRC is at least somewhat rational as an actor and has this as their self-interest. So they would be more likely, for instance, to reduce the ones that don't really matter as much than these ones that do matter. So this just excludes it from the topic entirely, which can be very, very interesting, very powerful terminal defense against a lot of links that people just aren't really expecting, that I don't think has come up in too many rounds, or as many as I sort of expected it to. The third major thought that I have about the topic is in terms of prep efficiency. And again, this applies sort of as general wisdom across any topic, but especially I think to this one. I think when you're prepping your block files in this topic, there's a tendency that you should resist to just prep responses to every argument you see on the wiki as named. So for instance, like you go and you prep out the fish argument because it won Blake, whatever. I think instead you should first categorize all of the arguments that you see into different buckets depending on the assumptions that are shared in their links. So for instance, the fish argument, really primarily what it is a territorial dispute argument. So it falls in the same bucket as other arguments like the Senkaku Islands dispute argument. And then I think you should prep a bunch of generic responses to that bucket, right? So like generic responses to any territorial dispute argument. And then that allows you to have responses that apply to kind of any argument that falls into that bucket instead of only prepping specific responses to fish, which I think is dramatically less efficient for you. And so you should definitely include like maybe one or two link turns when you do this as well. It also means that people are less likely to catch you off your guard by running some other argument about a territorial dispute you've never heard about, like maybe, I don't know, the border with India or something. Because if you have those responses to territorial disputes in general, then you'll be able to use them and leverage them against any territorial dispute argument, any argument that falls into that bucket, even if it's a brand new one that you didn't really have specific named responses to earlier. And so this will, I think, improve your strategy in rebuttal and make it less likely that you don't have responses to something. And it will also just improve the efficiency of your prep, probably save you a lot of time and heartache, because otherwise you're just trying to like find a bunch of different responses to each named argument, which will be very redundant. I think will lose you a substantial amount of time. So those are my general thoughts before we get into the specific arguments from Blake. And yeah, I hope that that gives you a better sense of how you should approach this January topic.
Okay, we're going to continue going through the round robin teams in like roughly alphabetical order. So this is Pittsburgh Central Catholic. I'm going to go through like all of the substance positions they have. A lot of the rounds they did were like Ks. I'm not going to go through those. Maybe in a future video if there's enough demand for it. So first we have this round from the actual tournament where they were neg. They read sort of two pretty stock arguments, although the second one is interesting. So the first one is just manufacturing. So this is basically just an econ TA that is saying, you know, Chinese economy is good, but if you vote pro, then it suffers because it doesn't have as many minerals, and so therefore it declines. My general thought on econ DAs, just like I said in the last video, is kind of all the same, which is I think that the comparative beats this argument in general. So if you just say, listen, like there are a number of other ways that China still gets the minerals. In this case, especially, the link here is specifically minerals, right? It's like foreign resource extraction is key to their sustenance of global demand. And so it's not the link here is not about price of minerals. It's just about the existence of minerals or the resources that they get to then put into the manufacturing industry. And so in cases like this, where there's really no attempt to compare against other strategies that China might use at post-AF for getting those minerals, I think it's very easy to just make the argument that, you know, here's like 8 things they do instead that all get them the minerals anyway, which means their economy does not decline, their manufacturing sector stays strong. Plus, there are probably a number of turns that you can make analytically or with cards that suggest that this might actually benefit China's economy. So I've heard arguments about overcapacity, for example, which is that a lot of the industries, including a lot of mineral industries, especially you should look into like coal, for instance, have dramatic overcapacity because of different incentives in China, especially at the domestic government level, that are kind of pumping money and investment into these sectors irrationally, so beyond the point that is sort of demanded by especially their domestic market, which means what's happening is a rapid period of deflation, and this has kind of been a systemic problem in the Chinese economy for like a few decades at this point. And what that all means is like a lot of companies are essentially mining and then manufacturing, and then they don't really have enough people to sell it to because demand is systematically low. And so
they find other markets that they can dump these goods in for very, very low prices, right? They just want to get rid of them, sell them to someone, even if it's prices that are below the production cost in some cases, which obviously loses them a ton of money, but it's better than just not selling them at all, right? And then they get bailed out by like state-owned banks. It's a big mess for the Chinese economy. So this has two implications for this particular argument. One, it could be a turn because it means that perhaps if there's less minerals, then that's like one of the things they have an overcapacity of. So for example, like maybe China has too much coal and there's not enough demand to sustain those coal industries. So one solution is just reduce the amount of coal that you're making, and then the remaining coal will then have a smaller supply that is more likely to actually match the demand, which then makes it more profitable, right? The price can rise back up to give them a good sort of profit margin on selling coal, which can sustain the rest of those industries instead of kind of causing a systematic drain on the entire economy by being forced to have state-owned banks like bail them out and stuff like that. Um, so that would be a turn. The second implication is that this might be like a non-unique, or I guess not really a non-unique. This would be a link response, like a solvency deficit. Well, they're neg, so not a solvency deficit. This would be no, this would be a non-unique. So this argument would say that like the primary cause for the manufacturing's decline in China is like the overcapacity, which you don't solve, right? Or it is not changed at all. Like just will continue getting worse in the neg world. So perhaps it's like try or die for the link turn or something. Although they have uniqueness here that says Chinese manufacturing is high. What does it actually say? Every country relies on Chinese manufactured goods. Yeah, okay, so it is high, but it's not profitable per se. And there's quite a lot of evidence that says that a lot of Chinese manufacturing is slumping because it's not getting enough demand, so it's not that profitable, which would not actually contradict this evidence at all. So it's very possible to just run that as a non-unique, like overcapacity is an alt cause for manufacturing decline that probably overwhelms the link anyway, like a much bigger cause than a reduction in mineral extraction. And perhaps reducing mineral extraction is like a chance of solving this in some way, or like inducing structural corrections in the market. The other turn that I could think of is like probably most likely implementation is that China literally sells the mines to other countries or other companies for like a bunch of money, right? Like, so for instance, I think there's evidence that says the CMOC, like China Molybdenum Group or whatever, corporation, I don't know. They sold like a mine in Australia, I think in Western Australia or something, to like an Australian company for like $500 million. Like that's just one mine. And so that would obviously be reduction in like its resource extraction that actually injects a lot of capital back into the Chinese economy, which can act as a stimulus to get them out of deflationary pressure. Might actually help the economy quite a lot, or it allows them to have capital that's freed up to then invest into other projects that are like more profitable or something. Um, so yeah, I don't know. Cool. So those are kind of my thoughts on manufacturing. The rest of the argument is just like great power war, right? Like if there's disruptions in the supply chain, or I guess economic disruptions, then maybe nations will like try to hurt each other. I don't know. Disruptions threaten a nation's ability to defend itself. So I guess this is kind of just like a Arsenal's argument in disguise, right? Like the argument for the internal link to great power conflict is that if there's a supply chain disruption in manufactured goods or minerals or whatever, that also means a supply chain disruption in weapons technology or like the means to defend itself, right? Which also might come from just like an economic decline in general. That matters because the second contention they have is like the Arsenal's DA, which means that really these are the same argument, just on a different scale. Like I think their second contention is just this argument, but specific to Europe, whereas this contention is just this argument generically across the world, or maybe more specific to China. But if you recognize that, then like obviously, right, a lot of the responses to one will also apply to the other, which I think makes this a little bit strategically redundant. Cool. Let's see. This has happened before. Sure, sure. I mean, I'm sure there's some evidence out there that says it's actually less likely that they go to war if they have an economic decline. A lot of it is specific to China too. So like I would look into that for responses. And then extinction. Sure. So again, second contention is the Arsenal's DA. This is specific to Europe. My understanding of the argument is that Europe relies on minerals from China to build its weapons, and it needs weapons to hold off Russia. I think this is kind of an intuitively silly argument for another number of reasons. I don't want to call it silly, but like I think I don't know, perhaps like it's a bit of a reach. I think that there are lots of like holes that can be exploited by a team responding to this argument. Number one is I think that there's probably just like the comparative applies in the same way that it did to the previous argument, which is like if China continues to get the minerals from other sources, then they will then continue to send them to Europe anyway, which means that Europe would continue getting the same resources that it needs for its arsenal. Number two is that Europe likely has stockpiles. And as far as I'm aware, I think a lot of European countries are diversifying and trying to kind of nationalize their like military industrial industries, which might solve this to some extent. I mean, probably the answer is like those military industrial industries rely on the minerals that come from China, which is fair enough. Um, I guess the other comparative here that does apply is like Chinese domestic extraction, because I'm pretty sure most of the evidence here, yeah, this part, samarium and stuff, I think this is like quite specific to rare earth minerals, which is like mostly in China, to be clear. In fact, China has so many rare earth minerals in deposits inside of them, and like Bayan Obo and other places like that, that it caps how much it allows companies to extract. The reason that it does this is if companies extract too much, then it gets over capacity, right? It depresses the prices quite significantly, which can put a lot of companies in China out of business because there's not enough demand. Again, this is sort of the same story all like over and over again. This is also, by the way, one of the reasons that it recently imposed like export restrictions on rare earth minerals, again, to like push the prices back up so that its companies could be more profitable. Um, but what this implies is like clearly China does not rely on international extraction for rare earth minerals or like samarium. Like I think the biggest deposits of samarium specifically, I don't know why that's like highlighted, are in China, right? Like so I don't know. It's certainly not dependent on international extraction for this. If it's has so many in its own territory that it has to cap them to keep the extraction profitable. It has to like restrain its companies from extracting. Then obviously, like if it needed to, it could just slightly decrease or like ease up on the caps, and then the companies would just extract more in China. And I don't think that there is a single rare earth mineral. I might be wrong about this. Obviously, fact check me. That does not exist in pretty high quantities inside of China's own borders. Um, cool, cool. Obviously, yeah, it's hard for them to diversify. There's no alternative for China's supply of samarium. Um, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to read this too hard, but I suspect if you like read into this, it would be mostly talking about China's domestic supplies of these, not like minerals that are imported into China from its mines in other countries. Yeah, that's just my like my thought. Actually, let's look up the samarium supply real quick. Okay, yeah, I looked it up, and China has the largest reserves of samarium, especially in Bayan Obo, which is the mine that I referenced earlier that's in Inner Mongolia. Um, so like, yeah, they're all concentrated in China, which makes sense to me. Plus, there's like, new projects and other places that could allow diversification. Obviously, their evidence spikes this. It says like it takes a long time to diversify. But the reason why is because it's all in China, right? It wouldn't take that long to diversify if the mines for samarium were in other places, because if they were in other places, like let's say all the samarium is in like the DRC, then whoever China sells the samarium mines to would then just have the samarium. So it's quite easy to diversify. Or it would be if China voted pro. So it's sort of in either world, like it seems like there's not much of a link to this argument, in my opinion, at least. Cool. Cool thing about rare earth elements, by the way, is like they kind of all end in or I think. So that's a good way to tell if you're talking about a rare earth element or not. Obviously, like it's not like a perfect heuristic, but it's useful. Like copper, cobalt, nickel, none of those are rare earth elements, for instance. Cool. Okay, they say independently the plan dooms chips. It's not really independently because it just dooms them through the same mechanism, which is rare earth minerals. Europe is reliant on China for rare earths for semiconductor production. Um, but I don't know if even this matters because it is true that like European chip producers rely on China for the rare earth minerals to then produce chips. But you know who else does that is Taiwan. In fact, they do the vast majority, and Europe still imports the chips from Taiwan. So the like proportion of the total chips that are used in Europe that are produced in Europe, very, very small. A proportion of total chips that are used in Europe produced by Taiwan or other countries, very high, which means this link can also be quite easily circumvented, in my opinion. That fries AI systems and cybersecurity. Maybe there's some impact turns on AI. But sure, I mean, that makes sense. The thing is, like, doesn't this happen symmetrically? Like, for instance, this probably also fries Russia's ability to do cyber offense as well, which seems like it reduces defense and offense. So then it like still is equal. I don't know. But I think they have a spike here that tries to spike something like that out. I don't think it actually does spike that out, but it is an argument about Russia that says it has like an incentive for this. Okay, sure, that doesn't spike it out because the capacity probably decreases even if the incentive is high. And it collapses the Russian economy. So this is their incentive stuff that says why the incentive changes. But I don't think it says capacity changes. Like I'm unclear why Russia would have the ability to do this absent, their arsenals also depend on China. So it's kind of confusing to me because it's like, let's say European arsenals decrease, but then Russian arsenals also decrease. And possibly, I might even go so far as to make the argument that Russia relies more on China for its arsenals compared to the EU, given like sanctions and stuff, has decreased its dependence on other countries other than China, which is not necessarily true for the EU, which has developed a very healthy internal trading bloc, which means if anything, like the offense might decrease more than the defense. So then, like relatively speaking, the defense is greater than it currently would be. It's just a thing to think about. But yeah, it collapses the Russian economy. Fine, fine. I think we just talked about this argument last time, so I'm not going to go over it too much. But this is just also the same legitimacy argument that people are reading for China. Like this is almost literally the same argument as the great power conflict internal link from the first contention, for example. Um, and I think it's perhaps wrong. Like maybe China or Russia actually restrains itself when its economy suffers more, when its arsenals suffer more. Um, yeah, it makes sense. Also, like again, the comparative arguments would just mean that China still supports Russia the same ways. So I don't know necessarily why this would happen. Decline forces lash out. So this is the card that they use for this. Weaker Russia becomes economically, the stronger it needs to appear for audiences. Fought expensive wars and defeated them outright. Okay, I mean that makes sense. I I think this is good. I think there's like an argument against this that says Russia can appear strong without fighting a war that would weaken its economy further. And maybe there's historical examples of where it has done shows of force or like domestic political suppression to appear strong, things like that, that get all of the benefits of sort of appearing strong to the domestic audience without the harms of war. Seems like an intuitive response to me. And then yeah. Russia strikes preemptively, sure. Okay. Um, and that's it. The last argument I guess I'll talk about, they didn't read this argument, they were responding to this argument, is debt traps. I'm kind of confused about the debt traps argument. I've heard it a few times. It seems to be that we need to reduce extractive projects in other countries because they are accompanied by loans, like investments are accompanied by loans, and those loans are predatory and they trap other countries in debt. First obvious problem with this argument seems to be like, uh, wouldn't China have incentives to do debt traps either way? And probably the capacity to do debt traps either way as well. Like they would just do other investments that are not in extractive projects and then debt trap them all the same. But I think there's actually an intuitive link turn against this argument because it's like I think I would be, interested to see the link evidence. I think it's probably misinterpreted, but I think it misunderstands like the nature of these extractive projects. They're not like gifts to the other country. If anything, it's the opposite, right? So for instance, they do like resource like what is it, the FTR deals or whatever. Um IFR deals, that's what it is. Infrastructure for resources. So for instance, they do like they build you a bridge and then in return they take some of your resources. And maybe they take them in the form of imports or maybe they take them in the form of doing their own extraction. And so more often, like if this is a transaction, then China's extraction is on the like buyer side. Like they are trying to buy the rights to extract. and in return, they are selling like infrastructure, for example. And so they're selling infrastructure either way, it seems. The way that the other country pays for it is the only thing that would change, right? So if the other country does not pay for it with resources, then they would instead pay for it with loans. Now, the one response to this argument is maybe the only reason that they want to um, do this. Well, like, first of all, this already takes out the link to loans, right? Because it seems like there is no world in which another country pays for the resource project with loans because it's a resource like it would be just paying double, right? Like it's a payment to China either way. Allowing China to come extract your resources is paying China. So why would you also then like why would you pay for that? It doesn't make any sense to me. So that already seems to delink the argument. But I think the link turn is like if like China probably has incentives to give you infrastructure either way and make you pay for it. There's demand for infrastructure, et cetera, Belt and Road Initiative, et cetera. And so if other countries do not pay as much in extraction, because China's doing less of that after we vote AF, then instead they would pay more with loans, which would seem to imply an increase in debt traps after we vote AF. That I think probably just straight turns the argument. So that's my 2 cents on debt traps. But let's go to the next Pittsburgh case. Okay, this was a substance AF that Pittsburgh read in prelims. It also has, I think, two contentions. The first one is about deforestation. So I think the problem with this argument is that all of the link evidence is about Chinese demand for timber and stuff like that, which is certainly met in the status quo in the form of imports. I don't know of any Chinese company that is operating like deforestation or timber farming program inside another country. I'm sure there are some, but if there are, they are certainly minor. Like it is mostly Brazilian companies in Brazil, for instance, that are deforesting the Amazon. And then those Brazilian companies sell the timber to China. That's true. But it's not its extraction from the PRC. So I just don't think there's a link here at all. Um, in fact, I would just ask in first cross, like, can you name me a single Chinese company that is doing, like, that is literally felling the trees? Because I think I can't name any. I've looked for it, and I don't think there are very many. And again, even if there are, right, like they just swap out for a Brazilian company and then still buy the trees. So it's the same. Okay, so consensus concludes Amazon tipping points are coming soon. Sure, sure, sure. China is specifically responsible. That's true, right? China's role in driving deforestation, that's true. It is the dominant consumer. That's the role. Because exactly, they import, right? Like the soy imports, for example, soybeans also independently are not a natural resource because they require farming. And so if it is true that like the primary reason for deforestation is not actually demand for the trees, which kind of makes sense. I don't think China needs that much wood. It's primarily clearing land for like agriculture, then this is just not natural resource extraction, period. Like at all. And so that seems to be like totally separate. Plus, even if it was natural resource extraction, or even if it was like extraction of the soybeans or something. Well, soybeans are not natural resources because they require human intervention to plant and then grow and then cultivate. Um, so I think there's just like several reasons why this does not have a link. Um, cool. The plan solves again. There's no plan. Like, I don't know. I feel like I might even, this is kind of stupid, but I might even read like theory on you that says no plans or something. But it's probably stupid. I wouldn't, but the language bothers me a bit. China's deforestation is unique and existential. The card definitely does not say that. It does say that China is doing the most, has the most demand. But this is not about China's deforestation. This is about deforestation that is motivated indirectly by Chinese demand. And it does not say that it's unique. It does not say that it is in any way qualitatively unique. It is just quantitatively unique because China demands the most, for example, soy, because they just have the biggest population. But that's not going to change in either world. And so if they stand up in like the summary and they say, no, you've conceded that Chinese extraction is unique in terms of deforestation, so anyone else who fills in is not going to do the same damage, then I just say, let's do an evidence challenge right now. Stop the round, you lose, because your evidence definitely does not say anything like that, even if that's how they try to extrapolate it later in the round. Okay, cool. Firms broker deals with local elites. Yeah, that makes sense. Um, okay, often the construction of roads, railroads, highways, etc., in order to facilitate extraction. combination infrastructure. Okay. Um, Facilitating the extractive deals comprising China's global integration. Okay, maybe I'm actually missing something about this source. Um, Interesting. So maybe it's about like BRI investments also cause deforestation. Like you need to like remove the trees to then build a railroad, for example. But that doesn't seem to be like the major contributor. Like it seems to me that clearing land for agriculture is definitely the major contributor. Um, and also like not unique, right? Uh, Transnationalizing China's timber hinterland furthers the geopolitical objectives of China and the territorial objectives of partner states. Interesting. So the one thing I could think of here is like maybe they're going to spin this to say that part of the reason that China tries to get countries to deforest is in order to clear land, in order to then set up extractive projects in the cleared land, which might be true to some extent, but that seems like a very, very small part of the whole problem of deforestation. But maybe there's something that I'm missing. Also, like again, the comparative answers this argument, right? Like if China still demands the minerals, then someone else will go deforest to get the mines anyway, and then just sell the minerals to China. Um, that's crisis of overcapacity in the domestic timber sector, issuing moratorium on certain forms of domestic timber extraction, providing financing for firms to go abroad. Okay, this is interesting. So I guess they're taking like timber companies in China and they're moving them abroad, which so I think this like evidence is better than I gave it credit for originally. Um, but I don't know that it's like still like enough to actually get a link. Let's see. Um, yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. If you do, I guess, read deforestation, I guess this is like the closest you could probably get to a link. So props. A deforestation magnifies every impact. Sure, sure, sure. Okay, cool. The other obvious answer to this is like anything that you read probably can link indirectly into deforestation to a similar extent. So for instance, if there's a war, then like that deforests. If there's XYZ, those things deforest. Any comparative would also deforest, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, next argument is about minerals. US is overwhelmingly reliant on China for REMs now. Okay, stuns deterrence. They invade Taiwan. That seems like already intuitively like a neg turn, right? Like we're overwhelmingly reliant, which reduces deterrence. But the reason that reliance reduces deterrence is because it can be cut off, right? So like if it is true that they're reliant and then there's a sudden cutoff, that's what hurts deterrence. Um, because it compromises your ability to, for example, invest in arsenals, like we saw in the European argument. Although I guess the argument they would make is like perhaps this is like a bargaining chip for China to use to deter the US. And if it spends its bargaining chip by going ahead and doing it, then it no longer has like an extra threat. Like it's already used its stick preemptively. But it just seems like if it uses its stick preemptively, that would just incite a conflict preemptively. Like I don't know why. I don't know. This seems like very turnable, in my opinion. Okay. So China will invade Taiwan. Obviously, you just read all your stock Taiwan invasion scenario responses here, especially because it's saying that they will do that in the status quo. There's a ton of evidence that says that it won't happen in the status quo. Invasion is likely, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Capacity exists now. Critical mineral security progress has been slow. Trump administration has made a key component in 5 executive orders. The plan solves Chinese extractive capabilities in the SQUO crowd out US resource extraction. Um, I am skeptical of this. I think it's more that Chinese processing capabilities in the status quo crowd out US resource extraction because it's not hard to extract rare earth minerals. It's hard to process them, right? Like anyone can extract rare earth minerals, but only China can really process, especially the heavy ones that everyone is dependent on, which is the reason that a lot of the REM projects in other countries have failed, is because they just sell them all to China anyway. Okay. China's dominance was built beneath the radar of blah 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 blah. Lock up resources from batteries to guidance systems. Like those are all manufactured components, not the minerals themselves, right? Because they have sort of a stranglehold on processing and manufacturing. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Deals are negotiated in secret. But are these extraction deals? Um, Oh yeah, they kind of are. Wait, this is not extraction though. This is like imports. One of the most effective is the use of right of first refusal agreements, which give Chinese buyers priority access to mineral output at market or below market rates. Wait, yeah, exactly. Like that is the AF. That's what's going to happen post AF is they do more of these right of first refusal agreements, which then gives Chinese buyers priority access, right? Like, am I crazy? Here's what happens. You vote AF. Chinese companies sell the mines or the right to their mining projects to other companies in exchange for a right of first refusal agreement, which gives them priority access to the minerals that are still produced by the mine. They still maintain a stranglehold on the actual resources from the mine, even if the operations go to a different company. And so the US still doesn't get any of the resources. GG. Um, cool. Okay. But also, like again, the processing thing still applies here. Price manipulation, market flooding. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, interesting, interesting. Okay. Secure rim supply chains are critical to US air power. So this all is about like US fill in for rare earth minerals is good. So if China reduces its extraction of rare earths, then the US fills in, and then it gives all the minerals to the US. So then they no longer are dependent on China, which is a national security concern. Um, I think that makes sense. I guess just like my biggest problem with this is that China's still going to have dominance over the market. So if the worry is like if the thing that is blocking current efforts is like Chinese market manipulation by flooding the market or anything like that, they're still going to be able to do that either way. Especially built into their evidence is one of the things that they're likely to do post AF, which is one of the comparatives I mentioned, right? Which is right of first refusal agreements. They sell the mines, implement one of these contracts, still get all the minerals. And so they still have a dominance over the minerals, which means that they still can crowd out the US or any attempts by the US to build new extractive facilities. But number two, even if the US does manage to build extractive facilities, they're not going to make any profit. Or if they do, they're all going to send the minerals to China anyway, which makes them still dependent on China for the processed rare earths because China has the only processing facilities in the world to do heavy rare earths mineral processing. So I don't know. I think that that is probably GG on the link. Um, Secure REM supply are critical to US air power. I mean, yeah, sure, that makes sense. Air superiority solves global conflict. Okay, so like an independent impact scenario into conflict. Probably smart to have. And then extinction. Cool. And then, okay, third contention is thorium. Energy decides hegemonic power. So this is like a hedge scenario using thorium. I assume they're going to say thorium is used in nuclear energy, which then allows China to have more energy to then like do military things or like hegemonic things. Um, Several problems. One, China has enormous deposits of thorium inside its own borders. Two, China can very simply import thorium. In fact, I don't know that there are any Chinese companies that are extracting thorium outside of China's borders because they just import it. Number three, thorium is an alternative to uranium, but that doesn't make it necessarily necessary for like a hegemonic shift. Maybe thorium is better than uranium, but you could just get more uranium to like offset the trade-off. And so China will just do that. It does have massive uranium deposits domestically and can import them from other countries like Kazakhstan that it has a very good relationship with without extracting them itself. So the comparatives just, I think, annihilate this argument. Okay, cool. Let's see. Ongoing thorium extraction is key. It's a replacement to uranium, which China lacks. No, it doesn't. Wait, let's just look this up real. I'm gonna just fact check real. Okay, I did some fact checking. So it is true that China does not rank like very high in terms of its uranium reserves. It does have some, like it is like a major player, I guess, if we trust Google AI. In fact, this source or this thing says that they have like 2.8 million tons of uranium resources that they can mine, which seems to be like very large. Although it does say its rapidly growing nuclear power sector means domestic production still falls short of demand, necessitating imports and strategic overseas investments. So fair enough. Although I will say, if they're able to intensify their domestic extraction of uranium, 2.8 million tons is a lot. Like China uses like about 11,000 tons annually right now, but that could grow to like 20,000 tons by 2030. And so yes, it does require a lot of imports, but if it stepped up its domestic production,
It seems like, 2.8 million tons or whatever would last it quite a long time. In terms of thorium specifically, it seems like China has a decent amount. I mean, it's not grand scheme of things, it's not that much. It's like 2%, right? But still though, it says um like well, I guess it's not like rated very high, but still, this says that China's like Bayan Obo mine, which is in Inner Mongolia inside of China, has potentially massive thorium reserves. Recent surveys suggest over 1 million tons could be extracted, which is enough to power the nation for tens of thousands of years, which I think just probably ends this argument. But on top of that, like China just imports. They just import the thorium or they just import the uranium. I'm just sort of very unclear why they have to be the ones who are extracting it from other countries, which, is obviously a theme with a lot of these arguments. Seems like that quite easily shuts down this argument. Okay. So I guess this is the card that they really are trying to hang their hat on for this. First, just like a really nitpicky thing. I've heard so many people saying like this solves reverse causally in theory debates too, but I think that they're kind of using reverse causally wrong. I mean, I don't know if this is true. Please do like check me on this. But I'm pretty sure reverse causal is like a specific term of art that's used in statistics to demonstrate that like the causal relationship between two things is flipped compared to someone's assumption. So, for instance, if you think that X leads to Y, saying it's reverse causal is actually that the association goes the opposite way, that Y leads to X. But that doesn't really seem to make sense in this context. Like, what? Like the plan solves reverse causally? I guess like your argument is that mining uranium creates a hedge transition. But like reverse causal in that context would mean hedge transition causes mining uranium or something like it doesn't seem to have anything to do with like the the plan in this case. I don't think it's really a relevant term. But yeah, just a nitpicky thing. It's just like a little, I don't know. It kind of annoys me just a tiny bit every time I hear it because I think it's just sort of being used incorrectly. But maybe there's an interpretation of that term that I just don't know of. Okay, so China's position in the global energy landscape has successfully achieved first ever thorium to uranium fuel conversion. Okay. Providing initial proof of feasibility, thorium is a byproduct of rare earth extraction. Wait, really? Thorium is a byproduct of rare earth extraction? Well, okay, well that solves because China has by far the biggest reserves of rare earths within its borders, like enough to like lap everybody else by quite a while. And so if it's a byproduct of rare earth extraction, it seems like they could get thorium through rare earth extraction within their own borders quite easily. Um, Okay, it's a key technology that enables it to leap ahead, freeing China from dependence on imported uranium. Yeah, wait, wait, right. Wait, exactly, right? Offering a new solutions. Okay, yeah. This is the whole thing, right? The whole point is that it's freeing China from dependence on other countries, which would include, intuitively, I think, its extraction in other countries as well. This is all talking about thorium deposits inside its own borders, or actually, it's talking about rare earth mineral deposits within its own borders. They have thorium as a byproduct. Um, so this article says the domestic extraction comparative solves. Very confusing to me. Um, yeah, I don't know where it says international anywhere. Like, yeah, ongoing thorium extraction inside of China is a replacement for uranium that it lacks. Great. Okay, hegemonic overtake means great power war. Sure, sure. Again, there's arguments for why it's the opposite. It could be peaceful, etc. That goes nuclear, okay. Extinction, newest science, okay. Sure. Okay, then we'll move on to the next case. Okay, this is another AF that they were reading that's also substance. So the first contention here is about supply chains. This has the same links as the like US military readiness argument they read in the last AF, which is just that like the US is dependent on China for rare earth minerals, but then if we vote AF, maybe this like disrupts China's monopoly on extraction of rare earths. Again, it still doesn't disrupt their monopoly on processing, and probably doesn't disrupt their monopoly on extraction either because they just make these whatever like ROTR agreements or offtake agreements or anything they have to continue getting access to the same minerals and excluding other people from accessing them. But let's say it does, then they say that it means manufacturing can shift. US needs increased access to rare earth minerals that solves manufacturing shortages. Otherwise, it collapses clean energy supply chains. Interesting. I don't know how I feel about this. I feel like China's whole strategy with clean energy is that it's
or it's like vertically integrating every step of the value chain for clean energy. So if it is true that China dominates clean energy, then it wouldn't make sense to me that like US clean energy collapses the green energy sector globally. Seems like China could just fill in for whatever the US doesn't sell, because I'm not sure how much of the green tech is from the US. Obviously, it's scalar though, so I think that's a sort of a weak response. So cool. It makes sense. I think the gripes that I have are still with the link itself. Cool. Deforestation we've talked about. It's the same argument as before. Cooperation is new. China is accelerating green energy transitions. China is accelerating green energy transitions, but it's insufficient. Reducing fossil fuel extractions is key. Okay, I actually kind of like this argument. So like the pro says, there's a version of this argument that says like, if China reduces extraction, it is most likely to reduce extraction of fossil fuels first, and maybe that's even enough to make it substantial, which could be a cool argument for reducing like fossil fuel use, obviously. Cool. So, etc., etc. Fine. That makes sense. Global commitments are key. Okay. Climate change causes extinction. Fine. Is that the whole thing? Where's the cooperation? Wait, am I missing something? Is there something in the card that is like, okay, so it says it here. So reducing fossil fuel extractions is key to meeting goals and legitimacy for cooperation. Oh, I see. So if China does not reduce extraction of fossil fuels, then other countries like don't see it as actually committed to a green transition. And so if they do, then other countries are like, oh wow, you actually mean business with green tech, and so I'll cooperate more with you. I think this argument is probably true. The problem I have with the argument is it's very squishy in terms of extent, right? Like we don't really know how many countries are like on the line where they're like, I will cooperate with you if you reduce fossil fuel extraction, but I won't if you don't. Like probably not that many countries. I feel like the incentives for them to cooperate are relatively symmetric on either side. And this is probably not like the tipping point. And so even if this argument is true, it's probably not true to a very large extent. Like the cooperation will like dramatically shift or something. It will probably shift very slightly, even if it is a true argument, which is an underrated response. Next argument we've talked about, I think we've talked about, no, we haven't. Oh, this is okay. Interesting economic argument. So PRC is over-investing in resources now. So this is kind of like the overcapacity stuff I was talking about earlier. China spiraling into a recession, or the risk of, okay, I feel like this is kind of miscut. Its economy is experiencing deflation, right? There are demographic challenges that definitely you don't solve. That's an alt cause. Spent too much on investment, needs to turn to consumption as a source of demand, but people are unwilling to spend. Okay, seems like a bad problem. Current deflation is a result of the Chinese government's longstanding adherence to the China model, which consists of extensive state control and ownership of resources, limited free market activity, and authoritarian CCP leadership. That right there seems like a lot of alt causes to me. I know that it says resources, but resources does not mean A, it doesn't mean exclusively international resources, but B, and maybe more importantly, it doesn't mean minerals or natural resources per se. It also is like manufacturing. Like that's one of the biggest things that has overcapacity. And so there's an argument to be made that's just like this part right here implies that if China does reduce extraction internationally, it'll just increase the same investment. It'll just shift the investment over to other sectors because the China model or whatever is still going to exist. It's still going to be adhering to the same model either way. And the model is sort of the underlying cause. And so if you don't solve the model, you just solve one symptom of the model, then it's just going to reappear somewhere else. And I don't really even know if you slow the problem because all the money you get from selling the mines is just going to get reinvested into like manufacturing capabilities that also have this problem. And so you don't really decrease investment on net, right? Like you just shift investment from one place to another. And this line that I've highlighted seems to sort of be the warrant for why that's likely after the AF. Cool. Causes CCP collapse. That seems like a jump. Um, wait, China has weathered recessions before. I don't know why um, this is the tipping point. Okay. When there are economic headwinds, political stability is threatened. Okay, sure. But threatened is very different from collapse, right? I mean, I guess they say like any risk outweighs or whatever, but I'm not sure that's true. Um, okay, regulating against harmful extraction solves the resource curse. Sneaky argument down here at the bottom, improving economic allocation. Okay, environmental regulations. Wait, I feel like environmental regulations are very different from reducing extraction. Like I don't know how you get from the AF to environmental regulations. But okay, break the political resource curse by reducing overinvestment. In fact, I think environmental regulations are already increasing the status quo, um, which would imply that this solves, or like current new environmental regulations are on track to solve anyway. Postdates your uniqueness evidence, GG. Um, okay, sure. All right, cool. I'm gonna move to the next case. Let's do it. Okay, here's another Pittsburgh neg. It starts with like disclosure. People are calling theory shells procedurals now, I guess. Um, and then it goes to manufacturing. We've talked about manufacturing. The new stuff is this politics argument. I haven't read it, but my first prediction is that it's going to be very similar in its link to the manufacturing DA. As we saw, the thesis of the manufacturing DA is that China depends on natural resources for manufacturing. Supply chain shocks cause governments, including China's, to lash out, for example, which I think is a similar story to most politics arguments I've heard on the con, right? It's like China's economy declines or its legitimacy, which is tied to the economy or tied to the market in some way, declines. And that causes it to lash out. Or in this case, it does say reactionary repression. So maybe like in this case, like lash out against its own citizens or something, which would just be sort of like a second impact of the same link that was in the first contention. So still very groupable, in my opinion. Cool. Okay, so they're stable, blah, 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 blah. Foreign resources are cited as key. Yeah, but they're imported. So like unclear why they wouldn't still get them either way. Um, yeah, I mean, comparative answers everything, guys. That's the cheat code. Trade is critical. Trade, yeah, trade is not necessarily its own extraction. It's critical to avoid CCP stagnation. Without it, they lash out. So again, this seems to be just an example of literally the same argument in the manufacturing DA. Like, I don't think the manufacturing DA can be true while this is false, or actually probably can because the manufacturing DA is more general. So I don't think that this can be false while the manufacturing DA is true, or vice versa. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Point is, they're like the same argument, so you can answer them at the same time. Sure, sure, sure. Aggression from China means they preemptively strike the US to ensure success. Sure. I mean, this evidence is pretty common. Independently loose nukes involved. Yeah, we've heard this all before. Last one is Russia, which is just the Russia spike in the Europe argument we talked about before. So we can go to the next case. Okay, these are some interesting arguments that they broke in doubles. This is still Pittsburgh, still substance. The first one is floating nuclear power plants in the South China Sea, I guess. Maybe also East China Sea, but who knows? Um, we've talked about these arguments before. I feel like this is a combination of two. This is a combination of one, the like nuclear power argument, which we've already been over, and two, the argument about like artificial islands, which will like require sand. Again, the sand problems is like China just makes 80% of it artificially and dredges the rest of it within its own territory. So it doesn't necessarily require sand from other countries to make artificial islands. There's a third problem with so and all the problems with the uranium stuff probably also applies. Um, there's a third problem with this particular argument, which is that this is an example of one that is like so niche that it's probably just excluded by the resolution. Like there's no reason why China has to reduce the things that these floating nuclear power plants specifically depend on when it affirms. And it is very likely that there is something in all of this evidence that suggests that they are like specifically very important for Chinese interests, which would imply a warrant for why they are not included in the most likely implementation of the AF. Okay, let's look through the cards. First, China's developing them to bolster international territorial claims. So again, like that alone, it's doing it for a reason. It probably has a specifically high stake, and these would imply that warrant for why they're excluded under the most likely AF. Deployment escalates regional hotspots. So when they make them and then they deploy them, they escalate stuff. I guess, yeah. I mean, why any more than anything else? Kind of unclear. I feel like all of the warrants in this card probably apply to a lot of the other things that China and other countries in the South China Sea are already doing. The AF reverse causally solves. Again, I'm going to nitpick reverse causal. Development is driven by extraction. Interesting. Oh, I kind of get how they're using it. They're saying like I don't know if it's reverse. I guess what they're saying is like the reason that China is doing this is because it wants to extract. So if it doesn't extract, it won't want to do this. But that seems wrong because they just gave them like they just gave us a word in their first tag that does not seem to be related to extraction, which is like territorial claims, right? And there are other reasons like sovereignty to assert territorial claims and like military security, things like that, that are completely unrelated to extraction. Okay. It is noteworthy that the FNPPs will provide energy and drinking water for the artificial islands. Yeah, as well as facilitating excavation efforts. Well, that's already kind of a red flag, right? As well as implies there's a number of alt causes. Like again, they're providing drinking water and stuff. So I don't know why excavation is specifically the big reason why this is happening. It seems like there are a number of other incentives either way. Yeah, like they station weapon systems too. Like that's a total alt cause that does not affect it does not get affected by the resolution. That solves ecological destruction. Okay, they pose a threat to the environment, sure. Biodiversity loss is existential, sure. I feel like the other turn to this is just like they have to power the stuff on the artificial islands anyway. So if they don't use floating nuclear power plants, they will instead use fossil fuels, which damage the environment even more with a greater probability, et cetera, et cetera. Collapse. I don't know how these collapse the food chains, guys. Like, I don't know. This seems like probably an exaggeration. It's just a few power plants. Um, like why? I don't know. Maybe there's something unique about the floatingness of the power plants, but a lot of power plants are on the coast anyway. So I'm not sure how different it is, but maybe there's something specifically unique about floating nuclear power plants that like ends biodiversity. Still, I think the link is dubious. And again, this is one of those things where like probably this specific kind of extraction that is incentivizing these floating nuclear power plants might not be reduced under the AF. Second is the South China Sea. Wait, doesn't wait, wasn't the first contention just like South China Sea, but more specific? Um, I guess it was technically biodiversity in the South China Sea, which is maybe slightly different. But it seems like a lot of the answers to C1 probably will apply to C2 again, which seems like a theme. Chinese sovereign claims to resources in the South China Sea embolden military expansion. Sure. So territorial disputes, classic. We've talked about this argument before. Um, resource reserves drive Chinese expansionism. Okay. Territorial claims have been widely disputed. They are extremely rich in resources, oil, etc., fishing. That makes sense. That makes sense. Feed their growing population. Yeah, I mean, I think these arguments are pretty good. Um, the answers for them are like, if they are so important, like if they will starve without this, then this is not going to be something that is reduced. If you vote F, which is again like a second reason, I guess, why they wouldn't reduce the thing that is causing the floating nuclear power plants or whatever. Um, but yeah, it's interesting for sure. I also feel like there are probably other reasons other than extraction. Maybe they're not as big. So maybe they still have scalar solvency, but there are probably other things that are causing them to do this anyway. An interesting turn that I have thought of recently is like if China reduces its extraction, there might be incentives for other countries in the South China Sea that also lay claim to the waters to increase their extraction in an area that is claimed by China, which would inflame tensions and perhaps turns the argument. Makes conflict inevitable. Inevitable seems like maybe an exaggeration. Okay, interesting. Mineral dominance, green lights, invasion of Taiwan. Fascinating. This is interesting. I feel like this is a cool spike that doesn't necessarily depend on the South China Sea. Um, so I like this argument. Just seems like more diversity and links because it's about like mineral dominance in general, right? I think so. But again, right? Like, come on. Dominates everything from procurement, refining, and downstream use of the minerals. Means that they're going to dominate everything no matter what. Because if they dominate refining and downstream use, then they're going to be the only buyer for the minerals anyway, or at least the most competitive buyer in the market. So they're going to get them anyway. So then they're going to dominate the whole value chain either way, even if the first step is swapped out. Okay, invasion is likely. So again, this is the Taiwan invasion stuff again. Hopefully you have responses. South China Sea War cascades globally. Sure. But yeah, I mean, the important thing there is there's clearly a spike in there that you have to answer about general mineral dominance causing a Taiwan invasion. Okay, lastly, leadership. China is leading the transition now, but it's insufficient. Is this just climate again? Yeah, this is climate again. I think we've talked about this. Cool. All right, next case. Okay, both Drake teams read mostly the same contentions on the app. It is mostly fishing and space. This case also has an additional advantage about aviation. I'll talk about all three. I think the best out of these three arguments is fish. Let's start there. The first evidence in the thesis of this argument is just territorial disputes, essentially. That fish, like disputes over extraction of fish in the South China Sea, escalate conflicts between China and other regional players like Vietnam, most importantly the Philippines. This could draw in the US through things like a mutual defense treaty, which would create great power conflict. There's an extra part of the argument that is very important that says that if China reduces its extraction, perhaps they would engage in more joint development or cooperative projects with other countries in the South China Sea to guarantee them sustained access to fish. And this would look like very peaceful cooperation that could spill into other areas and guarantee peace across the region. Later in the round, they will cross-apply this as a comparative to all sorts of other regions beyond the South China Sea. So for instance, if you are reading an argument about Africa, they will say that their argument about joint development also implies that China will still get the resources from Africa. They will just work more peacefully with those African states to develop those resources so they can sustain access to them, which also takes out links to things like supply shortages, like green tech stuff that depends on the actual amount of minerals that China gets reducing. So I think it's just a very smart argument, and clearly it worked very well to win them a lot of rounds. Let's look at point by point. The first card here is Greer 16. Notably, this is uniqueness evidence, and it's quite old, so it's pretty easy to post date. It is talking about how fishing specifically is maybe the unique driver of tensions in the South China Sea. It starts with some nice kind of topicality stuff on the top shelf that says that The Hague ruled against China's claims to the South China Sea, so it is like international. It is not domestic, despite China having some domestic claims to parts of the South China Sea that are legitimate. The thesis of this card is essentially that out of all of the different things, like sovereignty factors in the South China Sea that are leading to an escalation of tensions, fish is perhaps the most important because of growing demand and a lack of supply. One thing that I want to note that might be a problem with this card is this part here in small text that says that China perceives its access to disputed fisheries as declining. It specifically says that in the past, when China has implemented things like restrictions or bans to improve the sustainability of fishing in the South China Sea, this has led to complaints from Chinese fishermen because other countries in the South China Sea will just go ahead and fill that vacuum left behind by China when they ban their own fishing, and they will ignore the Chinese bans to continue doing fishing, which leads to a lot of the tensions that we're seeing, which means this might be a net link turn against the argument, because clearly this is also a source of tensions that is linked to fish in the South China Sea that might actually increase after China decreases its own extraction of fish in the South China Sea. The fishermen in China will be like, hey, what the heck? These other countries are now filling in when we have left. And China still does maintain claims to the rest of these parts of the South China Sea. So when other countries then infringe more when China is out of the picture in terms of their own fishing, this might ignite more tensions, which would turn the argument. The last part of this card is perhaps the most important out of anything in this case. So I really want to spend some time on it. The most important part is this line right here. It says Deng Xiaoping's 1979 proposal to shelve sovereignty disputes and pursue joint development of resources might provide a political basis for Beijing to pursue this approach, especially if it is framed as the necessary condition for continued Chinese access to sustainable fisheries in the South China Sea that can help meet future demand. So the way that Strake will spin this in the round, and anyone who is copying this probably should spin this in the round, is they will say, if China cannot get access to fish or other resources through its own extractive projects, then the only way for them to continue getting access to it will be framed as necessary to instead engage in cooperative joint development programs of resources. There are two major problems with this. Number one, I'm not sure that this is actually a reason why this is the most likely. The card frames this as a possibility that this is something that China could do because it maybe could frame the 1979 history as a political basis for this. It does not necessarily say that this is the most likely. It's just a sort of a recommendation for what China could do. And so if you have your own comparatives that you think are more likely, like China just, I don't know, takes the fish from other people militarily, you might be able to give analytical warrants that are not disputed in this card for why those other comparatives are more likely ways that China will continue getting minerals or continue getting resources, including fish. The second problem with this
is that maybe there's three problems. The second problem is that I'm not sure that it is possible for China post-AF to frame this as necessary for continued Chinese access, because I think that the domestic reception to that will not be very positive. That is, it is unlikely that the fishermen who just lost their jobs because China has scaled back fishing in the South China Sea will like accept this as an excuse that like, oh, well, now we're doing joint development because this is the only way we could get fish. They would just look at China and be like, well, I don't know anything about durable fiat. This is clearly not the only way we could get fish. You could just put me back in as a fisherman and I will continue fishing and extracting those resources like we were doing earlier, which means that in a world where no one really knows about durable fiat, it might actually be difficult politically for China to frame this as necessary for access, given that everyone will just look at it and be like, haha, couldn't you just go back and do your own extraction? Clearly, this is not necessary, which might make this a political barrier that is difficult to overcome for them developing the political capital needed to actually do joint development projects. The third problem with it is that a lot of the joint development of resources that this card is talking about kind of seem to imply that extraction is a necessary component of that joint development. Like, how the heck do you jointly develop fisheries in the South China Sea without being a participating member in the extraction of those fisheries? It kind of doesn't really make sense to me. And I think that the card itself is probably more nearly referring to joint development programs where China cooperates in extraction with the other claimants in the South China Sea, which would then be something that if this card does prove likelihood, would then be something that is likely in the status quo trajectory. And in fact, usually when they read this, they read another Marx card that is not in this particular contention that says that this is, in fact, actually exactly what is happening in the South China Sea in the context of Indonesia and other countries, where China, for example, in response to rising resource nationalism, where countries are like banning the exports of raw nickel, for example. In response to that, China is setting up joint development programs where it is like building things like smelters to then smelt the nickel to get around this restriction. But all of this involves extraction, right? Like the motivating factor behind why China is engaging in joint development programs, which by the way, non-unique to this already, they're doing it right now, is because they are motivated by a continuing desire to extract. So for instance, in the Indonesian case, the reason that these companies like Huoyan Mining or Huoyan Cobalt, I think, are investing in things like smelters for nickel is because if they don't smelt the nickel, then they're not allowed to mine it anymore because Indonesia has banned just mining the raw nickel and taking it away. So instead, in order to continue extracting the raw nickel, they have to also set up smelters so that they can smelt it and then take that away back to China, which is a loophole sort of in the resource nationalism like export bans and stuff. And so it is true that joint development is a possibility, but I think that most of the joint development is actually ironically motivated by a continued interest in international extraction, which would imply a link turn against this, because you could say something like, if China is no longer doing international extraction, there is less of a reason for it to engage in joint development programs that involve extraction or are incentivized by a continued desire for extraction. Obviously, the intuitive logical response, it is not in the cards, but it's a very logical response that Schrage should make, is that still this would imply that if China did reduce its extraction, it probably could still do the joint development in downstream parts of the value chain, like processing, refinement, smelting, manufacturing, etc., to still maintain a grip on the minerals. For instance, it doesn't really matter who's extracting the nickel in Indonesia, as long as China is the one that is operating the smelters in Indonesia, then whoever is extracting the nickel, they probably will just hand over the raw mineral to the Chinese smelters, who then would be able to control the rest of the value chain from there, which is a pretty smart strategy and might also look like more peaceful development in the post-AF world. So I think this is a very, very good argument. 2 thumbs up for this argument. However, just be aware of the risks. There is definitely a link turn risk. And I don't know that the cards necessarily say everything that people want to use when they're cross-applying later on in the round. Cooperation spills over. This card is generic. It just says when we cooperate on fish, it might create peace in other areas as well. And then we have this GAN evidence, which is about conflict with the Philippines. They also read this Goldstein evidence, who's actually was my professor at Brown. He was a senior fellow at the Watson Institute for International and Public Affairs at Brown University, taught me security studies, which is pretty cool. And this is just a generic conflict link from South China Disputes Escalate. And then great power war causes extinction. And they have the Philippines specific draw-in scenario up there as well with the Mutual Defense Treaty. So all pretty stock stuff. The really important thing if you're going to answer fish is you must answer that comparative that is hidden inside of there. I think that's why this argument has been so successful, because they can just cross-apply it to everything. They can just say, look, China gets the minerals either way. The only difference is they have to work to do more cooperation and more peaceful cooperation in order to get the minerals when they're not doing it themselves in their own extraction. Cool. Second argument is space. This one I have some more problems with. Let's just read through the argument real quick, get the thesis down, and then I'll explain the problems. So the basic thesis of this argument is that the US is going to militarize space because they are worried about Chinese extraction. So here's uniqueness. US-China space competition is causing US weaponization of space soon. 2026 will be key. They're going to do this Golden Dome spike, which is a thing you should watch out for. It's essentially a missile defense system that might be put in space to some extent that might escalate tensions. Current treaties check escalation, but this also violates the Outer Space Treaty, or the OST, which would do other things. Independently, this prevents space travel. So what we're seeing is the basic thesis is Chinese extraction of natural resources in space is international. That spills into US militarization of space. It incentivizes that as a unique factor for why the US would want to put defense systems, for example, in space, which then causes war, with three spikes. One is the Golden Dome specifically maybe gives them like a 2026 timeframe. Second is that this also independently violates the Outer Space Treaty. Notably, they're not saying that extraction violates the Outer Space Treaty, or at least that's not in the card, even if that might also be true. They're saying that if they win an internal link to weapons in space, that would violate the Outer Space Treaty, which would then trigger like international law collapse, other conflict scenarios, which is just diversified impact. And then the third spike that we see is that this also might prevent space travel if we like break the Outer Space Treaty. The reason that this matters is because they can link it into this very stock like get off the rock scenario where they say that Earth is doomed because of a million different factors, supervolcanoes, asteroids, climate change, you name it. So the only hope, it's like try or die for the human race, is to get off of the planet. And if you prevent space travel, you can't get off of the planet to do future space colonization, which, scholars like Bostrom would lament, definitely. I think, in fact, and then the last card they read is the spike to say that outer space is international. Cool. So that's the argument. What are my problems with the argument? I think most of my problems are I just don't think that Chinese extraction is a unique tipping point. That's how I'll characterize most of my problems. And that manifests itself in two ways. One, I think that if weapons do get put in space, there are a million other reasons for why they would get put in space that have nothing to do with Chinese extraction in space. And second is that there actually might be a lot of very powerful reasons for why no one is going to put weapons in space, at least not anytime soon, which pushes back their time frame, that overwhelm the incentive that is created by Chinese extraction. So let's talk about the first sort of subset of responses first. The uniqueness is just not very good. There's a million things in all of the uniqueness cards that explain alt causes for why China, or for why the US would want to weaponize space. And again, guys, it's not just the US, and it's not just China. There's a million other actors that are also involved in this picture. And so I think that it's sort of absurd to say that it's only Chinese extraction that is motivating this. So let's go through the alt causes that might be in some of these cards. First, I don't think that Chinese extraction in space is the only reason why the US is threatened by China in space. So A, there might be incentives for China to do other activities in space that are not necessarily extractive. Why might this be the case? Because they want security, for example. They don't want the US to have unilateral dominance in space, because then they could control things like satellites through the Golden Dome, for instance, which would create a lot of problems for China. So their solution is that they militarize space first, which would then encourage the US to militarize space. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Anyway, this has nothing to do with Chinese extraction. Even if Chinese extraction is a high factor now, there are other factors that China would do that create incentives that are just terminally non-unique. Second is that the US has its own interest in going to space that is kind of conceded all throughout a lot of these cards. One is just security interests that have nothing to do with China in particular. Security interests including just the ability to maintain hegemony in space, and do a bunch of other things like that. So here's a good line of this Pabst evidence, for instance. It says two alt causes. One, that space dominance over China is crucial for access to space-based resources. That is just an economic alt cause for why the US would want to dominate space. regardless of if China's there or not. So this is kind of intuitive, right? Like the Elon Musks of the world are going to they're going to advocate for the US to go to space to mine asteroids, even if China is not a threat, or even if China is not doing that. And two is that they want to do geopolitical posturing that is key to maintaining might on Earth. So anyone who gets ahead in the space race, even if the others are not really racing, is going to get enormous gains in terms of Earth hegemony, that will translate to security, they'll translate to power, interests, etc. on Earth, which is another alt cause for why the US has interest in pursuing domination in space, regardless of China. A third one is maybe more unique, which is that the US knows nothing about durable fiat. And so if China suddenly pulls back from the space race, I think the US interprets this as a golden opportunity to actually push ahead in the space race. They don't know what's going to come next. They don't know if maybe next year China has a plan to zip ahead of them in the space race, or if 10 years down the line, they're going to regret their decision from staying complacent right now. They want to beat China in the space race with any opportunities that they have. So if China seems to falter in the space race, I think the US actually might take that as an additional incentive to race ahead, even if it is for the same rationale of security. It is just sort of preemptive security against a threat that they imagine will happen in the future. Speaking of imagining a threat happening in the future, I'm pretty sure there's not actually any missions that have successfully mined any minerals in space and brought them back and sold them in Earth markets yet. There's some evidence out there that says this is kind of economically infeasible with the current levels of technology that we have. Now, it is true that their evidence says that there are some Chinese missions, for example, in April, that launched with the purpose of going and like exploring asteroid mining potential. This just seems like this is very, very early stage development. In fact, the fact that there is not really any extraction yet implies there's not much to reduce either. If we're looking at the words of the resolution, you might say that like reduce is only about reducing things that currently exist. You can't like reduce something that hasn't happened yet. Although maybe you say that fiat is durable, and so if you reduce it, that means that China cannot then later increase its space mining. Either way, this seems to delay the time frame quite a lot. Which means that like all of the current US weaponization is based on projections of future Chinese space mining. And again, the US has no idea that fiat is durable. So they will still project future Chinese space mining in either world, which would cause them to preemptively militarize space to prevent this. Cool. Let's talk about the Golden Dome spike. So this last line of the PAPS card says that there's like a Republican senator who has been advocating for this. It does say it's controversial. That might be a warrant for why it's unlikely to actually happen. It hasn't happened yet. It says it would carry out Israel's Iron Dome missile defense system concept in the US, and it might be based partially in space. Might is probably an important word if you want to indict this card. It does say 2026 will be key. I don't know if this is necessarily true. A few things in this card that I don't like. First, I think it is miscut because it says now the generals speak openly about the need to launch weapons, but then they didn't highlight in any future conflict with Russia or China. So this is saying that if there is already a war with Russia or China, then yeah, I mean, the American generals would probably need to launch weapons in space. That also, by the way, means that any great power draw-in arguments on the other side will link into this no matter what. But this is just not really uniqueness for what is happening now, since there is no war with Russia or China yet. Then it talks about the Golden Dome plan. It says in 2026, the vision for it might come into sharper focus, which is definitely not saying that it will happen in 2026. Importantly, it says like there's a lot of questions around it. We don't know right now because the vision is not already in sharper focus. He might, like, we don't even know what the Golden Dome will look like. Like maybe it will be construction of new interceptors to complement the ones that are already in Alaska and California. That would imply massive thumpers against this, because if there are already similar ones there, then like clearly this is not that bad, and probably wouldn't even be in space. Or it might be like space lasers. That seems like it would be unique. But again, we don't know which one it is. So maybe you could just give some analytical reasons why it's more likely to be the interceptors that complement the Alaska and California ones compared to space-based lasers. Space-based lasers are probably comparatively more expensive than things that we already have. Also, just empirically, we've done this. We haven't done space lasers, et cetera, et cetera. And the next card gives a litany of a ton of different warrants why it is just unlikely that countries, including the US, weaponize space in the status quo. So let's go to that card now. This entire paragraph, I mean, it starts with fortunately, right? This is good news about the status quo. There's a bunch of different reasons in this paragraph that are just reasons why this isn't going to happen, right? Like states, including the US, they want other countries to see them as credible when they're honoring treaty commitments, because otherwise, if they break one treaty, then other countries wouldn't recognize their commitments as credible in other treaties, which would massively destroy their soft power, for example, or their ability to make binding agreements with any other countries that advance their interests. So this is not something that the US necessarily would want to do. There's massive disincentives at the very least to doing this. Plus, it says that just in terms of a constructivist view that is not realist necessarily, there's a taboo, right? It says that there also exists right now a strong taboo against other forms of weaponization in space. And the reason why is not necessarily a rational calculation in military terms or security terms, but rather this is just a sort of social taboo. This is the way that we identify as people. We don't want to be the one who puts weapons in space. Similar to the kind of nuclear taboo that another one of my Brown professors, Nina Tannenwald, has written extensively about that has prevented the use of nuclear weapons for the last 80 years. So clearly this is a pretty strong thing that is an additional disincentive to using any weapons in space. If you do want to make it more rationalistic, the actual argument is about like your cultural identity, but it could also apply to politics, right? Like people will be less likely to vote for anyone in the US who does this because of this taboo. And this means that weapons of any kind would constitute a breach of peaceful use that could undermine the integrity of other binding treaties. Again, all of these are sort of things that prevent or disincentivize the US or any actor for that matter from militarizing space in the status quo. At the very least, I think this decreases the probability of their uniqueness triggering in the first place, and also probably pushes their time frame even further into the future, given that, again, we have not seen this happen yet, despite there being a lot of threats for the past like decade of people warning that it will happen. So cool. That is my analysis there. This evidence does, to be fair, say that it would be terrible if we did put any weapons in space. It would trigger an arms race. It would cause conflict. There would be space junk, chain reactions. This is like the Kessler effect. Really bad stuff that would maybe hurt the space travel. So that's where you get the interlink to the get off the rock stuff. Final thing that they say is this O'Brien evidence that outer space is legally international. So this evidence, evidently, it cites the OST, the Outer Space Treaty. It says that jurisdiction is based on national registration of space objects and nationality of personnel, not geography. And importantly, the legal status of space activities is inherently non-territorial. Outer space is not a territory. Rather, it is an international territory that is free for all nations to explore and use, but it cannot be claimed by any single country under international space law. I think there's a sneaky response to this that says that definition is exactly right, but in order to extract something, you have to claim it as your own. If you're going to go to an asteroid, extract it, mine all of the resources from it, and bring it back and like profit from that, that sort of almost definitionally seems to require that you claim it as your own territory, or that at the very least, regardless of territory, you claim that as your thing to use, your asteroid to profit from, for instance. And in that case, I think that this would just answer the definition, because it says that yes, outer space is currently classified as international because no parts of outer space have been used or claimed by an individual state. But as soon as that happens, as soon as China does claim a part in order to extract it, then that part is no longer international because it's no longer shared. And this is kind of intuitive. The definition of international is that it's shared among different countries or different states, which means if China is the sole extractor of a particular asteroid, then, functionally that asteroid is no longer international. It's no longer shared among everyone to freely use because China is taking it for itself, or at least taking the resources from that asteroid for itself in an operation that is unilateral, that is only its operation, which would then imply, I think, that it's no longer international. That could be a link turn, right? Like anytime you're saying that this is domestic and not international, you should make this link turn, because if they reduce extraction elsewhere, there would be intensification of the incentives for them to extract in the places they still have, which would include outer space if you are winning this definitional question. A few more problems. Number one is like Russia is clearly like, I think, a big problem. If people say Russia, they have a card. They might have read it in this round. I don't know. But you can find this on their wiki. So my cat just knocked a bottle off. Okay, if people say Russia against their case, the card that they use to frontline it says that Putin currently has no plans to put weapons in space, or I think to extract in space. I don't remember. Even if that is true in the status quo, that might not be true after China reduces its extraction of international resources. After all, this past evidence that they cite says that China is working with Russia to do things like build a lunar space base. So it might be the case that if China does not extract itself in space, they still want the resources from space. Russia is right there. China can just help Russia extract in space, which might change Putin's current decision on not extracting in space. So, for instance, China could just give them technology, give them money, be like, hey, we guarantee you, if you go up to that asteroid, we will pay for the resources. This guarantees you profits. And that would create new incentives for Russia, not China, so it wouldn't be its, but Russia to go and extract in space post-AF. But also, even if Russia's not extracting in space, like there are good chances that in the future they might militarize in space, or Putin is lying, et cetera, et cetera. There are incentives for him to do that. Or at the very least, again, like the same thing that I talked about with China applies to Russia, where like US lawmakers might still securitize Russia and blow the threat out of proportion, even if there isn't a threat, which would still give them a justification to go to space. Cool. I think there's some other cards that they sometimes swap in here that are not in this version that talk about like uh, different problems with space mining and stuff like that. And I remember that those cards also talk about like massive incentives for like the US to profit off of space. So again, some things that are potential solvency deficits for the AF, they would lead to the US going to space anyway. Oh, one last thing is like a lot of these cards for like conflict in space have a very, very low barrier. For instance, like this one talks about like hawkish rhetoric. I know there's one card, I don't remember which one it is, but there's one card that is literally just like conflictual rhetoric, like belligerent rhetoric could independently trigger the conflict. But if that's the case, then like obviously any of the solvency deficits become enormously supercharged because you could just say like a conflictual rhetoric over space seems inevitable to me. And then if that's enough to precipitate a conflict or precipitate militarization of space, then it probably cannot be solved by the AF. Okay, cool, cool. Let's talk then about the aviation advantage, which is the rarest of the arguments they read on the AF, but still one that we should talk about. I guess one last thing to say about space is there's a potential link turn you could make, or at least a turn that says perhaps it's bad for China to be behind in the space race. Like if they get too behind, that might cause them to lash out. This is like a link into legitimacy maybe on the neg, or it might cause them to feel threatened, and then that might even cause them to militarize space, sort of cut more corners in the space race or whatever, which intuitively seems like it would be a bad thing that might precipitate space conflict. Okay, next contention is aviation. So they say the thesis of this contention is essentially like China uses minerals from international extraction in planes, which erodes the US's aviation advantage that is key to deterrence and stopping conflict. Number one problem, I think, is that there's a massive link turn that says, intuitively, China dominates a lot of the minerals that it extracts. And so perhaps if China reduces its extraction of some of these minerals that are important for planes, the US also depends on China for imports of a lot of those materials for its own planes. And so it's not just China whose planes would get hurt, it's also the US's planes. And this is important because I think you can actually make this asymmetric, as in if China doesn't have enough minerals to both give to the US for its planes and use in its own planes in China, which of them is going to get cut first? Like, I think probably the exports to the US are going to get cut first, which means the US will lose more minerals important for its own planes compared to China. China might not lose any, because they might only cut the ones that are exported and then keep all the rest that are important for their own air superiority, which would actually just massively link turn this entire advantage. But also just like all of the comparatives answer this, like China gets the minerals anyway. We've talked about a million reasons why that's true. In fact, their own joint development argument from Fish probably is defense against this link on aviation. But yeah, useful to talk about. So let's see. They say China's closing the air gap, but it needs minerals or whatever. Certain minerals are the most important. Copper, iron, lithium, cobalt, nickel, lead, antimony, others, etc. And where it lacks natural reserves, it has secured them through debt diplomacy. Importantly, a lot of debt diplomacy is in the form of imports, right? They say, hey, you haven't paid us back on our loans, for example, in the Belt and Road Initiative. So how about you just pay us back in the form of minerals that you import to us? There's no reason, at least, why this necessarily has to be China's extraction, which is just another argument that I think takes this out. The Gully evidence also seems to be about imports, not extraction from China. The IFR deals, or IFM, I guess in this case, the infrastructure for minerals deals, are mostly about imports, as far as I'm aware. Which means that even if this does successfully spike out the domestic extraction comparative to some extent, it definitely like bites into the comparative about imports, which probably is terminal defense against this. China dominance decks US capabilities. Okay, okay. And then air superiority stops every conflict. Sure. I'm kind of unclear why Chinese air superiority does not also stop every conflict. Like, why is the US the savior of the world and like China is the evil demon of the world? Seems to be even something that could be a link to a K, because it seems like a strange and unwarranted assumption in the argument. But yeah, just something to note. Cool. And that's all of the arguments that Strake reads on the AF, as far as I'm aware, in substance. So we'll transition to their neg now. Okay, let's talk about the primary neg that Strake reads. It's about leverage. Specifically, the argument goes like this. China has dominance over rare earth minerals and other kinds of minerals extraction. They use this dominance against the US. When the US tries to tariff them, China stands up to the US and says, okay, if you do that, we're going to restrict our exports of rare earth minerals. What are you going to do now? The US backs down. So this ensures that China will continue competing peacefully and have kind of a peaceful rise because they can get the US to back down without using violent means. If they are not able to do this, the argument kind of is similar to the legitimacy arguments that we've heard last time. Then they will react violently and they will have a violent rise instead, which is a card that they're reading in this contention that I think a lot of it hinges on. So immediate intuitive problems with this. The first one that might come to mind is like, obviously China has other forms of leverage they can use against the US. Even this card talks about how one of the other things that China did that might have made a big difference was they stopped buying soybeans from US farmers. This puts massive political pressure on Trump because those farmers are actually a massive amount of his constituency, and they matter, which means that there are other avenues that China can pursue absent mineral dominance, meaning it might not matter very much if they do have dominance of extraction of minerals. This response, I think, is not the best one because obviously there's some scalar effect here. Like, it's true that China has other sources of leverage, but those sources added up are still less sufficient than all of the sources combined when they also have mineral leverage. And it's probably just true that mineral leverage is a big portion of the leverage that they have. So what then? I think there are some better responses you can make instead. One of them is the response about how intuitively China does not give up its dominance because A, it still gets all of those minerals through things like offtake agreements or the right of first refusal agreements we talked about a little bit earlier, or just imports, other kinds of imports, or just domestic extraction, especially for rare earth minerals. Like a lot of them are in like Bayan Obo within Inner Mongolia. So it doesn't need to rely on international extraction to get access. Also, it is unlikely that it's dominance, because keep in mind, like dominance is a matter of proportion. It's not a matter of scale, meaning even if China's mining of rare earth minerals shrinks, that does not necessarily shrink its dominance if it still maintains the same proportion of dominance over the rare earth industry. And the important thing to consider is that there have been massive barriers to Western countries sending companies to actually do rare earth mineral extraction, because whenever they do, it's very unprofitable because they have to send most of them to China anyway. China has a monopsony on this in the form of processing. And so it is unlikely then, empirically it seems, that even if China reduces its extraction of rare earth minerals, that other countries will really step in and do much more extraction in the absence of China doing it. And so this might not necessarily hurt China's dominance, and therefore it might not hurt its leverage. The other, even more intuitive argument is that the leverage is in the form of processing, right? China does not control well, they do, but they don't, it's kind of hard for them to maintain control over the extraction of rare earth minerals because they're kind of everywhere. They're not really rare. And so what it actually maintains control of, the hard part that it has tacit knowledge and secret techniques to do, is the refinement, especially of heavy rare earth minerals, which is something we've talked about a million times before. And that's where its dominance comes from. That's the choke point that it can leverage. And that's something that it will be able to leverage in either world because its processing capabilities are not going to decline. And no one else's processing capabilities are magically going to rise just because we voted pro. And if they did, this would be non-unique, probably. And so this implies, I think, a massive link deficit on this argument that I think is kind of inescapable. But maybe there's like a perceptual spike, but even that probably relies to a very high degree on reality and would be very short term. And so I think that's the biggest problem with this argument. Let's read through it a little bit. China's resource leverage weathers economic storms and allows competition without escalation. Sure. I want to note that this doesn't necessarily mean that there's no room for things to get better. Like China's leverage is probably imperfect. It's probably still somewhat volatile going into the future. There's still a chance that, for instance, it will have to back down to Trump, which means like things can get better. There is a margin on link turns to this argument. If you make an argument that says that its leverage actually goes up for some reason, then that probably still does garner you some degree of offense, even if you can see this uniqueness evidence. Absent leverage tariffs topple China's economy. Sure. Although I'm not 100% sure that's true. Like we've had trade wars in the past where they did not get the US to back down. Um, so it's probably true that they can't win a trade war. It's unclear. It says, okay, this is a quote from Tucker Carlson. Like, I don't know. But also, like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this is very good evidence here. But I feel like there's like years and years of history that says that they can survive a trade war with the US, even if they can't win it. Extraction of heavy minerals also preserves delicate balancing. AF disrupts have strategically navigated choke points. So this appears to be phrased as a spike. Let's see what it actually says. For tariff relief, Beijing agreed to pause export controls on rare earth elements, granting reprieve. Chinese language analysis reveals a different story of strategic patience. Chinese choke points are proving durable. The public conflates all 17 rare earth elements as equivalent. This is wrong. The real choke point lies in heavy rare earth elements, right? They are indispensable additives for high performance magnets in like F-35 fighter jets, etc., and electric vehicles. This lock is further secured by a gray zone supply chain from the Kachin region of northern Myanmar, which provides approximately half of China's heavy rare earth inputs. This is actually a really good card. Very interesting. China thus controls approximately 90% of global heavy rare earth production and 99% of processing capacity. That 99% of processing capacity is really the important thing that does not go away. And also, interestingly, the 99% control of processing guarantees the control of production as well, or at least guarantees the control of inputs, because it means that there's no one else to buy them from. For everyone else, they're just rocks. For China, they're useful, which means anyone else who is mining them out of the earth would basically have to sell them to China. We've seen this before. Cool. Although the Myanmar stuff is quite interesting. I don't know that like I'm pretty sure this is imports though. I don't know, look into it, Are they importing from Myanmar or are they wait, hold on. Second, the technology lock. Possessing the ore is useless without the ability to process it. The rare earth elements are chemically similar and extremely difficult to separate. This is China's technical black box. Through decades of state-funded R&D, China mastered the complex solvent extraction process. This is not cutting-edge physics, it's 1980s chemistry, but it represents a technical learning curve measured in decades, embodied in the process of know-how of tens of thousands of experienced engineers, experts of the West with only a handful of seasoned experts lacks. That seems to just nuke the argument. Like that right there just it obliterates the argument, in my opinion. Like just recut the card, cut these two paragraphs, be done, GG. Guarantees leverage, no fill in, because even if you have all of the physics, all of the science, all of the tech, it doesn't matter because you don't have the decades and decades and decades of learning that is required to actually use it meaningfully that only China controls. GG. That means leverage is non-unique, or leverage does not go away when you vote AF. China needs time. China does not control the full value chain. The foundational patents remain held by Japanese firms. Okay, what are the patents for? For the highest value of performance sintered NdFeB magnets. Essential, okay, yeah. Japan controls the patents for the magnets. Who cares? This is, by the way, downstream of processing. So China still controls the upstream parts of the value chain. I don't think it matters that they need the patents from Japan for certain batteries. In fact, I don't think that that changes materially on either side. So I don't think that this is a meaningful spike to the fact that they have processing dominance on either world. Um, cool. Plus, this seems to be a non-unique, right? The Myanmar dependence is enormously precarious, or is enormous and precarious, but is also enormously precarious. It's controlled by not so stable of a state. It's controlled by armed groups operating in conflict zones. Notably, if it's controlled by armed groups operating in conflict zones, I might be reading into this too much, but it therefore might not be extracted by China, which would be another reason why this doesn't go away. But also just like if this is so unstable, it could go away at a moment's notice, which would non-unique this contention. Because even if they're correct, that in the status quo, things are going swimmingly for China, that might not be the case tomorrow. It might not be the case next week or next month when, I don't know, the Myanmar war spiraled out of control and suddenly there's a lack of ability to get your hold of those heavy rare earths, which would, according to their analysis, would non-unique this link. Okay, cool. China's closing the gap. The West is racing to build processing capability before China fully locks in both of its technological weaknesses and supply vulnerabilities. Interesting. I just don't think like this seems like it will take a very long time, right? And also probably would happen on either side. Like the thing about processing is if they win that the West can fill in for processing, boom, China's like dominance goes away. Because it's very easy, very easy to fill it to like get rare earth mineral extraction. You could do it in your own borders, like any country can. There is not a shortage of places to mine for rare earth minerals. And so China's dominance is not crowding out other companies' dominance in extraction. Their dominance in processing, though, is. That's the bottleneck. That's the leverage they have. So if they're going to win that the West is going to be able to control processing, then that would just non-unique it, right? Because the West is going to try to do that either way, regardless of if you vote AF, which means that if the West in the status quo is on a trajectory to overcome China's dominance in processing, that would just terminally non-unique the link and render it inevitable. Okay, history is clear. The real threat is violent decline and militaristic acquisition or occupation. In this window, the neg is the only unique offense and controls internal links. That's a lot of pretty exaggerated statements, I would say. Let's see, Beckley 23. Love this guy. Very good author. There's another article by him and Hal Brands about like what will make China go to war. That's very useful. I use it on a lot of topics. So definitely recommend reading his stuff. Okay. In a new study, I analyze every case over the past 150 years in which a fast-growing power, great power, experienced a protracted economic slowdown. None of these peaking powers mellowed out. Instead, most cracked down on dissent at home while expanding abroad to secure their economic lifelines, beat back rivals, and grab territory. Interesting. This is very useful. So obviously, like the important part is that this is premised on a protracted economic slowdown. So if you beat or non-unique the link to a protracted economic slowdown, then this article also sort of goes away, which obviously is a useful piece of contingency to know. Expanding abroad to secure their economic lifelines, beat back rivals, and grab territory. I suppose this doesn't have to be violent. I assume the rest of the article talks about how it is violent. Interesting. Let's see. Imperial Russia responded to the end of its rise by abandoning its previous policy of peaceful penetration. Right. Okay. So it is violent in favor of militarily occupying parts of Korea and Manchuria to secure markets, raw materials, and warm water ports. It's interesting the idea here about securing markets because that means that they could use this card to say like, if China is unable to get resources itself from other countries, then they will turn to like literally invading those other countries, for instance, to get access to this. At least that would be the equivalent of what Imperial Russia was doing. I think then that an additional response to this is that they wouldn't need to do that in today's world if they're able to do other things like get imports from those other countries. Then they can secure the markets without having to turn to military force, which probably would be preferable for them. Cool. The question is not whether a peaking power will engage in expansion, but how. The answer depends on the structure of the global economy. How open are foreign markets? Wait, yeah, this is what I'm saying, right? If foreign markets are open, then even if you have a decline at home, the go-to solution would not be violence because foreign markets are not closed, so you don't have to. The go-to solution would then be using the open foreign markets to get access to markets through imports, through trade. How safe are international trade routes? Same thing. If those are safe now, which does not change if you vote pro, at least not according to this contention, then it seems like that would guarantee a peaceful rise, even if China has an economic slowdown. How competitive are the peaking powers products? That's interesting. So that's what they will try to use to be the link. But I think that China has just a million things that it can sell other than raw minerals, that are like, again, all of this sort of depends on the rest of China's downstream manufacturing processes. And to what extent those depend on international extraction, dubious at best. I would say quite not very much, which would take out this link as well. Cool. Okay. Rest of this is just like, yeah. Maybe by 2030s, headwinds, economic and strategic headwinds will compel Beijing to dial back its ambitions, and a Sino-American diplomatic breakthrough will become possible. Now, however, is a moment of maximum danger because China is strong enough to destroy key aspects of the world order, including the territorial status quo of East Asia, but not to feel secure or satisfied with its place in that order. Interesting. One last thing I want to mention about this. I'm fairly certain that this article somewhere admits that like a persistent economic decline in China is probably guaranteed. This might be this part here. Well, no, I think that the like timeline thing does not spike that because this is premised on the 2030s coming with an economic headwind for Beijing, right? Like if in the 2030s Beijing has massive growth and it's sustainable and it continues for a very long time, then maybe they will dial back their ambitions. But if you prove that that is not going to happen for reasons other than voting AF, then obviously this becomes non-unique, right? Like there are a million other things that could go wrong that likely will go wrong in the future, even if they're not going wrong now, that will hurt China's economy inevitably. I feel like even if it is true that the AF is one way that China will have a persistent economic decline, there are several others that also are likely to happen even absent the AF that would non-unique this. Um, just a thought here. Okay. Collapse guarantees depression and nuclear conflict. Okay, fair enough. We've seen these cards before. Perception of trajectory shapes reality. So again, this is the spike they have, which is just the perception stuff. So leaders act not on perfect information, but on how they read the trajectory of time. In Beijing, the perception is that delay is fatal. The path to rejuvenation risks being blocked by demographics, debt, and dissent. Interesting. That those seem like they might be factors that are non-unique. I don't know, that like non-unique the economic decline. And that would also then non-unique the perception of coming economic decline, right? The 2025 white paper makes this explicit by subordinating economic growth to security priorities and framing Taiwan's annexation as essential to CCP survival. Interesting. Subordinating economic growth does not seem like what you're looking for in this card, because then it would imply that economy is not the most important thing, and that actually it is more important to them to annex Taiwan, for example, rather than promote their economy, which I think goes against the narrative that is being cast by the previous cards. That would, for example, imply that it is inevitable that China does expansionist things, even if their economy does well. And also, it might imply that there are other reasons structurally why China will hurt its own economy by prioritizing other things that hurt its economy over its economic growth, which would again non-unique this link. Beijing can attempt to reform a path of delay, though uncertain and historically resisted, or it can gamble that crisis offers the only way to break through the narrowing window. Again, this is in the status quo, right? The narrowing window is in the status quo. So I don't know, like this article seems to non-unique the previous articles, which is interesting. Strategic compression is so dangerous for a regime that thrives in crisis but not in war. The narrowing window may incentivize exactly the kind of reckless gamble that could prove catastrophic. a rapid strike against Taiwan. But again, the narrowing window is apparently, according to this line, not about the economy necessarily, um, which is interesting. Um, Desperate wars of necessity to rally internal legitimacy. Um, Interesting, because delay appears fatal. Again, I just don't think that these are necessarily related to the economy. Maybe in some sort of combination with the Beckley evidence, you could like construe this as economic, but I'm a little bit doubtful. And this certainly does not just say like if they perceive an economic decline, then they will strike. Um, maybe it says if they perceive a narrowing window, then they will strike, and maybe like the economic growth of the status quo extends the window and means that it's not narrowing. But I'm not sure. Like again, demographic and economic decline. This I would guess that this non-unique's the link. Um, but I'm not sure. Yeah, it says both are faltering, right? Demographic decline is accelerating faster than even pessimistic forecasts predicted. Seems like a billion non-uniques in this evidence. Next, Taiwan invasion goes nuclear. Fine. I mean, read your Taiwan blocks. Sure. So, thesis of all of this, I think you just beat the link if you say that there's no difference in the economy because China maintains dominance, they maintain leverage, they maintain the minerals, and they maintain manufacturing. There's no reason why any of those things go away. And there's no card in here that says that there is a perception that if they vote AF, it will cause this. That's not in here and probably is wrong because Xi Jinping will just control the narrative through media control. So pretty easy responses in my opinion. All right, let's go to the next neg. Okay, here's another version of the Strake neg. It has two contentions. The first one is Africa, which seems to be a very common contention on this topic. The argument is essentially that China has incentives to stabilize Africa because of its extractive investments in the region. If it leaves the region, then the West will fill in violently, or there will otherwise be some sort of power vacuum that is violently filled and fought over. And there are arguments that like I think often when they read this argument, they also say that like China will fund illegal mining operations from terrorists in the region instead to get access to the resources. I don't think that's in this version, but is also an interesting argument. So let's read through the cards. The first one says, despite tensions, escalation isn't imminent. Fair enough. That's probably true, maybe. I don't know. I think it's hard to necessarily predict, but yeah, it does say that these developments do not guarantee war, but they greatly increase the probability of destabilizing escalation. So I'm not sure where they're getting escalation isn't imminent. Like it seems like, yeah, it's not guaranteed, but it's like increasing. It doesn't seem like very good uniqueness. Next, that's because China needs safety for its extraction missions. It's key to peace. This evidence is pretty good. It says, it wants to protect its workers. It can't get extractive investments without a basic level of stability. I want to note maybe two things that are problematic about this evidence. One is that Chinese investments abroad are majority not extractive. And when they are extractive, they're majority not Chinese owned and operated, which means it's not its in the resolution. And so the vast majority of Chinese investments abroad will exist no matter what. And I would even argue that the ones that wouldn't would probably be replaced with like other kinds of investments that are not extractive. Because there are non-unique incentives for China to want to invest in other projects across the world for soft power interests, for example. This also is an additional non-unique here that I'm highlighting. It is also about positioning China as a global leader, a global actor operating outside of Western political structures. So it wants to undermine Western political structures, prove that they're not the end all be all and they don't control everything, including China, which is an additional incentive for them to continue doing this, regardless of whether or not they have their own extractive projects in the region, which probably non-uniques this. Next, they say affirming causes withdrawal. It says, in the absence of vast reserves of mineral resources, there would have been no way to imagine the inflow of Chinese cash into Africa. But they still will have vast reserves of mineral resources, even if China is not the one mining them. In fact, there's tons of evidence that says that China will have massive incentives to continue investing in Africa in order to ensure that African industries that extract their own resources themselves can then export those back out to China without China having to be the one doing it like itself, right? Which means that they would have a non-unique incentive to do this if they're relying on Africa for imports of minerals after you vote AF. Next, they say this risks violent intervention. This is the Western fill-in stuff. Unfortunately, they have no evidence that says Western fill-in is likely. They just have evidence that says the West has been bad in Africa in the past, while China has not. And so, if anything, I feel like maybe you could say, given that there's no evidence at all that says that China prevents the West from also intervening, you could make arguments that the West is actually more likely to intervene as long as China is there and increasing its presence, in order to, it has sort of the double incentive of both getting resources for itself and away from China, and also just pushing China out of the region in general. Secondly, I think you can make arguments that perhaps even if the West was the dominant player in the past, that was the past, now is now. And so it might no longer have the same incentives that were causing it to be violent. Or if it does, then African countries will be deeply skeptical of the West, which makes it not the most likely fill in. And maybe there's other actors that are more likely to fill in instead. Or maybe given the rising trends of resource nationalism in developing countries, including in Africa, maybe the African countries just take it upon themselves to invest in their own extractive industries, absent the West. Then they say independently China seeks substitution to buy minerals from local terrorist groups. It is in this contention. Okay. That empirically worsens instability. So really, I think the part that is important in this card is this part. In Ghana, where artisanal mining is restricted to nationals, Chinese actors are heavily involved through local intermediaries. I don't know, like the problem with this, is there a problem with this? Maybe there's not a problem with this. Maybe this is just a goaded card, which I could accept. Like clearly this is not its, right? This fails the its test, which is good for the con because it means that it is something that is not going that only happens when you vote pro, or that can still happen when you vote pro because it's not part of the thing that is being reduced. And so arguably it might increase when you vote pro, which is interesting. So yeah, I like this card. I think this is a good argument. Obviously, this does not mean that these are the dominant thing that fills in. We don't know the extent to which they fill in or the extent of involvement. It says heavily, but we still don't really know relative to other things. And if there are other things that fill in, like if the West does fill in, then it's probably less likely that illegal mining is very profitable because the local industries will be dominated by the West instead. And so all of those are things to think about. Like again, the comparative just dominates this question. You can just make arguments for why this is less likely in general or less extensive in general than other things that China might do instead, like joint development or something. Next, African instability causes and exacerbates numerous existential threats. Sure, this seems fine. Okay, next contention is legitimacy. You'll see this is very similar to their leverage argument. They read like the same kind of uniqueness. And then the difference is the link is not about leverage over tariffs. Instead, it is about like just REM mining in general. Same responses though completely apply. Again, like all of this stuff is mostly about like processing instead of just extraction. I don't really know if there's much in here. And this is like just a general version of the US tariffs argument, flexibility in responding to economic threats or applying pressure in trade negotiations like those against the US. Sure, interesting. The most advanced non-Chinese producer operates mines in Australia and processing facilities in Malaysia, but its scale remains small compared to Chinese operations. New projects elsewhere face lengthy development timelines and significant financial hurdles. This is pretty good evidence. So it's like any fill-in would be massively delayed, which is interesting. I would wonder, like, is this referring to the most advanced miner? Because I mean, it says mines, obviously, but is it referring to like what does producer mean in this context? Because I feel like there are actually quite a few different mines that are not owned by China that do mine for rare earth minerals, even though it's true that there are not very many processing facilities that are not Chinese that can process them. So I don't know. I would look into that. I think I'm a bit doubtful. Next, global operations would be impossible without Chinese mining supplies. Okay, interesting. Just a note, that's fine. Like China just gives the mining supplies to other actors, but it's not doing the mining, so it still circumvents the pro. So I'm not sure what this card really does for you. China's dominance of the rare earth sector dates back to the 1980s. Near monopoly in both rare earth extraction and crucially refining. Clearly refining is the more important of the two. China accounted for roughly 60% of global rare earth mining and 91% of refining output. Clearly, again, refining is the bottleneck of the two. Yeah, it says Western markets would still depend on China for 91% of their heavy rare earth supply by 2030. Fascinating. And again, that's probably refined heavy rare earths. China's strategy is likely to resonate with Global South partners. BRI is a key vehicle of influence. China is increasingly reliant on imported rare earth feedstock, useful. About 1/3 of finished rare earth products. Interesting. But again, the feedstock is like as far as I'm aware, that's the mineral that comes straight from the mine, which means if it's relying on imported feedstock for rare earth minerals, the imports would then clearly solve, right? This is not necessarily feedstock that it itself is extracting, which would imply that it does not rely on its own extraction, which would seem to answer the argument. Then they say China retains powerful leverage. Countries such as Myanmar, Laos, and Malaysia depend heavily on Chinese inputs, including specialized mining chemicals. Without those Chinese supplies, this would be really difficult. Again, clearly, this is not the same as its resource extraction. If I sell you a pickaxe and then you mine and then sell me back some diamonds, that doesn't mean that I was the one who was doing the mining. It's not my extraction, it's your extraction. And so just because they're also buying chemicals from China to do this independently, right? It does not seem to make that its. So the inputs is not the same as its extraction, which means they would continue even in the pro world or even increase in the pro world. And that's actually a reason why these other countries would be able to get the rare earth minerals exactly the same way that China can currently. Next. And in fact, if anything, I feel like the wording of this implies that this is already what's happening, that Myanmar, Laos, and Malaysia are just buying the mining chemicals from China and then using them. So China is not necessarily directly involved in the extraction. Absent leverage, tariffs alone will topple the Chinese economy. We've seen this before. Collapse guarantees modern recession, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. Okay, cool. Next neg. I think we'll go to their lay neg next. Okay, just before the lay neg, we'll actually talk about one more like green tech argument. So this was Strake CM. They said China's dominance over international rim extraction is being used to get countries on board with green global government, GGG, to solve climate change, but it requires continued international extraction to set rules and institutionalize dominance. Structural barriers for the US means there's no alternative. Although I don't know why we're assuming the US is the only alternative. Like, even if structural barriers mean the US or Europe can't fill in, which I think is what this card says, doesn't mean that nobody else can do it, right? Especially the mining. Like, this card is much more about the processing than the mining. And again, this is the same Ying evidence we saw earlier. So let's see. There's a Green Minerals Alliance cooperation initiative for clear, fair distribution. Again, notably, this is stuff that China is proposing, not necessarily things that China is guaranteed to act on. Countries propose good sounding plans all the time and then don't act on them. China has a near monopoly over rare earth extraction. And crucially, refining. Again, same card as before. It's more about refining than it is about extracting. Interesting. Does not seek to dominate through coercion, but through cooperation. Interesting. In order to have a sustained presence, they want to reach many of the G20 and BRICS markets. There's a turn probably in here that's like, if China reduces their extraction in other countries, they might actually improve their image. If they allow those countries to extract themselves and then just import, or if they do joint development programs instead, this would likely turn the argument because a lot of these are very controversial. There have been protests in Zambia, protests in Ecuador, protests in Kyrgyzstan or Tajikistan, like across the world against Chinese projects. And so clearly they're not necessarily the biggest like supporter of their leverage and soft power. Even if the mineral domination and processing domination is, which are things that again would exist no matter what. So the only thing that necessarily changes might be something that improves their image and reputation among the people that they want to get on board for this green plan, which would be a link turn to this argument. Okay, China imports about 1/3. Yeah. They have much less available than they had at the beginning. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. US efforts face major challenges. Fine. What are the challenges, by the way? The time it takes to gain approvals, ramp up personnel,
and achieve economies of scale to compete. Yeah, that makes sense. It's just hard. And then, yeah, specialized mining chemicals. This is the stuff that was talking about when we looked at it before with like Laos and Cambodia. So China's structural advantage, such as scale, cost efficiency, and market power, all things that don't go away under the AF, remains largely intact. The pricing power in rare earths has always rested solely with China. Foreign miners refer to Chinese price for setting the price, while the initiative may ultimately broaden mining and processing, again, processing across partner countries. Wait, broaden mining and processing across partner countries using Chinese equipment. Wait, that sounds like it is not its extraction. So, to be clear, this initiative is saying we, China, are going to give our equipment or sell our equipment to partner countries so that you can do sustainable mining and then probably send back the resources to us. We'll buy them off of you. But that's not our extraction. If anything, this seems like a way to circumvent the AF, which is interesting, right? Like this, I don't think this changes when you affirm. So I don't think the AF links to this. China would likely succeed in extending its dominance, blah, 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 blah. Cool. Sustained GGG from China is key to solve climate change and counterbalance US hegemony. It makes sense. Mineral diplomacy independently checks US power and clashes while being key to establish domestic support of Xi. So two quick spikes in here. It's kind of funny. Obviously, you need to catch them if you're answering this argument. So this is the export control stuff. So this is just a leverage spike that's hidden in here. So it's just the same as the other argument we saw. Chinese-led multipolarity causes world peace, but forcing governance decline causes lash out, which turns case. Interesting. I mean, that kind of makes sense, question mark. I don't know if you force governance decline, though. Like, why would you force it, for example, to not participate in peacekeeping through the AF, or not like do consultation and joint contribution? I don't know. Seems a little bit suspicious. But yeah, interesting. And then the other contention is just Africa, which we've already been over. So let's move on to the next contention. Okay, I think this is the lane egg that Strake is reading. It's all about investment in Africa. So right now, China is investing productively in Africa. Big problem with this argument is I just don't think that this is related to extraction. Or if it is, it's not necessarily related to extraction, in that probably investment will continue or even rise if you vote AF, because there are many incentives for China to continue investing in Africa, regardless of their own extraction, that we will talk about. So let's see. As China shifts BRI towards smaller, greener, and less risky projects, Africa will have much to gain. BRI ensures long-term access to resources and markets, which is already an alt cause, but also like access to resources through imports, right? Primarily. So it doesn't have to be about its extraction. Cool. Infrastructure is good. Mitigate environmental damage. Affirming would stop this. So this is the link card that I just doubt is true, as the deals are dependent on resource-backed loans. But what is a resource-backed loan? It actually goes the opposite way. Like, I think this is just misunderstanding what a resource-backed loan is. So let's think about this. A loan, so who is giving the loan? Who is loaning money to whom? China is loaning money to African countries. They invest in a project like a bridge, and then they loan Africa money so that Africa can pay for the construction of that project for whatever Chinese company is there constructing it. And then Africa has to pay them back. The African countries have to pay them back later, or whoever, an African company or the state government, whoever's doing it. What does it mean for it to be resource backed? Well, this is the same kind of thing as like a mortgage-backed loan in like the US '08 crisis, right? The idea of it being backed by resources means that it's basically collateral, right? So China is willing to give you a better deal on the loan, a lower interest rate, for example, that you don't have to pay them back as much, because they will say, hey, we'll give you a lower interest rate if you make your resources collateral. So if in 10 years, you come back to us and you say, I'm sorry, we can't pay back your loan, that's fine. We'll just take some of your resources instead.
And with that guarantee, we know that we're going to get something from you. Either you're going to pay us back, or even if you don't pay us back, that's fine. We'll take an equivalent value of your resources, which means we are guaranteed to profit in some way. And so we're happy giving you a loan because we know that we're going to get paid back somehow, which is a reason why the interest rate might fall. But let's think about this logically, guys, right? The resource-backed loans is saying if you default on your loan, you give us resources. You give us minerals that you mine. Notably, nowhere in here is anything about Chinese extraction of resources. Like, if anything, it would be the extraction of resources by African countries or whatever resources they own, not Chinese extraction. And nothing in the card says that it's Chinese extraction. But also, this is hypothetical. This is like if the countries default, then they have to give resources. But they often just don't default because the interest rates are very low. And plus they are growing. If the case is true, right? You invest in their bridge, then they get more economic growth from that bridge, which is why China is investing in the first place in many cases, because they know this is profitable, which means that they are going to be able to pay you back because of the economic growth that you generate for them, unless the case is wrong. So at some point, I think that there's sort of a misstep happening. There's some disconnect. Debt agreements are structured around natural resources. Yeah, sectors tied to exports. That makes sense. Wait, structured around long-term economic cooperation. I'm not even sure if this is. Oh, yeah, okay. Resource-backed debt model. That makes sense. Financial agreements are structured to facilitate long-term access to key commodities. That makes sense as well. Still nothing about Chinese extraction. Resource-backed debt agreements can offer African nations strategic benefits such as infrastructure development and stable export channels. Yeah, stable export channels, right? Stable export channels, meaning it gives them a destination, China, to send the minerals that they mine, not the minerals that China mines. I mean, it could be both, right? But it is not necessarily the minerals that China mines. And in fact, there's nothing in this card about Chinese extraction. So as a result, there's nothing in this card about affirming. So I think you should stop mistagging things. Okay, the first is green tech. Developing nations are especially critical in the fight against climate change. Sure, that's probably true. Chinese funding is critical to these efforts. Also probably true, probably doesn't go away. Especially climate funding, like definitely doesn't go away. I feel like that's totally unrelated to the AF. Additionally, Chinese climate innovations are unique. Also seems totally unrelated to the AF. Obviously, like this might be a spike where they say, oh, haha, got you. We actually have something that says that Chinese extraction of minerals are necessary to put into climate innovations, which would just be the stock green tech link. But we've talked about that in lots of depth. Obviously, the answer is just they still get the minerals, they still make the green tech, they still make these innovations, like the solar panels, etc. Plus, like massive alt cause for why China would want to do this is that it has an overcapacity of things like solar panels at home. It just has made too many for its domestic demand, which is why it needs to find other markets like Zimbabwe, like Mexico, like Thailand, to effectively dump off its excess solar panels and electric vehicles, because otherwise it just doesn't have anyone to sell them to in China. And so the only way for it to get profit off of, because it just made too many, is to go to other countries and sell them, which would be an active incentive for them to do this that is massive in either side that has nothing to do with voting AF or voting neg. Our opponents will say mining is bad, but China's green mining is great. It's an initiative to promote sustainable resource mining, but it's again, this is just what China is saying. Like there's no evidence in here that China has done this, has like succeeded at doing this. It just is like promoting this, which like sure, it probably looks good for them to promote this. But also, wait, this card says Chinese green mining vision meets Indonesia's fragile reality. I bet if you look into that card, it will say that this is not actually so green and maybe has hurt people. But I don't know. Maybe that's wrong. There definitely like is something to be said for China having relatively greener mining than other countries, which is useful if there's a fill-in argument. In fact, Chinese clean energy has already made an incredible impact. Sure, that's probably true. Without solutions, we have terrible climate change. Second benefit is local development. Chinese funding has boosted local as well as national growth. Definitely true. Let's see. Financing of mining projects must, wait, guys, come on, really? Must. It says must deliberately support local economic development. That doesn't say it is. Wait, this cutting is crazy. Okay, don't do that. Mining projects. Wait, let's see. Other factors that make mining projects more investable. Okay, these typically include critical minerals, crucial to the energy transition. So this is talking about like which kinds of mining projects are better to invest in and worse to invest in. Okay, this one's pretty good though. They could be associated with rail or energy infrastructure development to further industrialize Africa through mining, which is useful. I think this is a decent part of the card. That said, again, China has massive incentives to invest in this kind of rail and energy infrastructure on either side, which is why they're doing so in countries that they don't have extractive projects in as well. Okay, yeah, this is true. I think in general have been on net positive, and debt traps is not really very true, but I don't know. There's some evidence. Following China is critical to reduce poverty. True, but non-unique. It's even historically true. That makes sense. Has long valued poverty reduction in Africa through productive sectors. Yeah, as the priority of sustainable development goals, though. Interesting. Development finance is not necessarily extractive. Yeah, I don't know. I think I've said my piece on this neg. It's just all about investment, but there's a million alt causes to investment, so it's not reduced by the AF. And perhaps is even increased by the AF, right? Like if China needs to shore up its soft power that it's lost through extraction, then it will have to increase its investment in other parts. And furthermore, if China gets a better reputation from having fewer controversial projects in some of these countries that are sparking protests and stuff, then maybe more countries would be amenable to like taking more investment and projects from China, which would improve its reputation and further increase its investment. But yeah, millions of reasons why they would do this, even if we vote F. This is the pro that Harker LL was reading. The first part is fish. They play a little bit with the order of some of the cards, but it's largely the same as the one we saw from Streak. They also read space, but there's a few differences. The first one is this Garretson 19 card that I think is only in this case. It talks about like how asteroid mining essentially guarantees stuff like hegemonic transitions. And yeah, if the PRC succeeds, it will be the major energy supplier, which can link them into things like transition wars. Not too much different, same responses probably apply. Then they also have this Romaniuk card. It's essentially a miscalc card that's just like a spike to make sure that you can get around some of the, mutually assured destruction defense. There's some preemptive stuff, and that also might accelerate their time frame. So interesting stuff. The unique contingent that they're reading is gold. So the argument here essentially is that China mines a lot of gold internationally. When they mine a lot of gold, this allows them to strengthen their currency, and this reduces the strength of the dollar, which means that like dollar hegemony decreases. And the dollar is important for the US because given that it's the reserve currency, and it kind of underpins most global transactions, it gives the US kind of enormous leverage because its central banks control a lot of things related to the dollar, which also means they have the ability to do things like sanctions in place of maybe military interventions, which is what the Zoffer card at the end talks about. Cool. So the problems with this argument, there are a few intuitive ones. Number one is just any comparative means that China gets the gold anyway. Number two is that specifically the domestic extraction comparative is pretty good here. They have a card that says it's easier for people to get work outside of China. There's two problems. One, it's postdated by recent evidence that says that China has just discovered like the largest gold deposit in the world in its own borders, which means that they'll be fine. They'll still get a lot of gold even if they don't get it internationally. Also, they can import it internationally. And secondly, is that card is talking. This is the tan card. Where is it? I believe that card is mostly talking about the private sector. Wait, where is it? Hello? Yeah, this one. To reduce reliance on the US dollar, China is procuring gold at a voracious pace. This has fueled and facilitated a surge in illicit gold mining across the global south. Problem with this is that this is the demand that China has for gold has fueled a surge in illegal mining across the global south, which is not the AF, right? Or that's like not something that will be reduced by the AF because this is gold that is being mined by people who are not from China, or if they are from China, they're not like affiliated with the PRC. They're like private sector actors, which means that this is not something that's going to be reduced when you vote pro. So I just don't think there's like much of a link in this argument. Um, yeah, the illicit gold sector is pretty big. Um, yeah, I don't know. Uh, yeah, this part is what they will use to spike the domestic counterfactual. It's easier for Chinese miners to find work outside of China than at home. But again, this is mostly about private sector. Like these are Chinese people, not like the PRC state-owned enterprises. Um, and so yeah, like this is like a dude. Like I don't know. It's probably not something that is controlled by the PRC or affiliated with it. So it doesn't meet its extraction of international resources. The dollar hedge itself is pretty interesting. I know that there's some turns that say like dollar hedge is really bad, or maybe having like UN hedge instead might be better for the world. The US also uses dollar hedge for like a lot of terrible things. Sanctions themselves are quite terrible as well. Um, and so I don't know. There's some interesting stuff that you could probably read against this that are just impact turns to dollar hedge as well. Cool. That's all I'll say about gold. Okay, I'll briefly cover Harker LL's neg. So they are eating three conditions here. The first one is about a Sino-Russian alliance. That is just, China and Russia have a limited alliance now. If you weaken them, or if you weaken China and you force it to rely more heavily on imports instead of its own extraction, then it will turn more to Russia. This will foster more of an alliance, and that alliance, for whatever reason, will cause like global war or instability or something. Intuitive problems I think with this argument is this just doesn't seem like the tipping point. Like, surely, yes, they have evidence that says uniqueness, that says like there is a limited alliance now. They have evidence that says that they might turn more together in the event that China depends more on Russia. I just don't think that this is enough to like go from like no alliance to alliance, Like the problem with this argument is the same problem that I have with a lot of arguments, which is they might have evidence that when strung together does imply a link, but doesn't ever say any extent of the link. Like it might be true that the relationship between China and Russia might improve slightly when you reduce Chinese extraction. But it's like how much? And that matters, right? There's lots of different things that could improve, that probably will improve the Russian and Chinese alliance slightly. So the question is, to what extent is this unique? To what extent is this actually like a large improvement? And there's just no evidence that answers that question. I think intuition kind of fails to answer that question as well, because to me, this does not seem like a massive tipping point in the relationship. But let's look through. Oh, I'll guess also there's a turn, right? Like a link turn that says perhaps the alliance is reduced when China no longer, like, if you are winning something on the other side that says, like, China will actually have less to export to Russia, then maybe the trade interlinkages between the two are actually reduced in some way. Or at least, like, even if they increase in some portions, they decrease in others, which would imply at least some defense on this link. Okay, so. Sino-Russian relations are limited. It's vulnerable. There are doubts over Russian economy, whether it's like as strong as it says it is, etc. This might be a turn as well. You can say that those doubts get exacerbated when Russia, which relies on China for like its arsenals, like they read a card later in a different contention that says that the US, for instance, relies on Chinese minerals for arsenals. So if that's true, I mean, Russia certainly does as well. So I don't know why, like, if anything, this might increase the Chinese anxiety that Russia's economy and Russia's military is too dependent on it or dependent on things that are volatile, aka its own extraction, which might worsen the relationship. Russian doubts pertain to quality concerns about Chinese goods, doesn't change. How militarily committed China actually is to Russia doesn't change. And whether Chinese investment in Russia is really that substantial might change a little bit. The other two are sort of alt causes to the relationship not being perfect, though. That's paired with Russian anxiety over pairing itself so deeply to China. This is interesting. I think that worsens, right? Like, if Russia has anxiety over pairing itself more deeply with China, and their link is that they pair themselves more deeply economically, then this might be an additional reason why anxiety over the relationship grows. Or it might be a reason why this is just unlikely to be accepted from Russia's side. Yeah, they don't want to be subordinated to the Chinese economy, which again, they might be if the trade deficit between the two grows, for instance. Okay, affirming solidifies the alliance through exports. So China's growing energy demand exceeds its domestic capacity. China's long-term strategy aims to reduce its reliance. PRC is a global leader in renewables. This is maybe a bit of a problem with the card. In the event of a PRC attempt to change the status quo by force, in the South China Sea or the Taiwan, the PRC may face a sudden blockade. That means that its access to maritime supplies would be curtailed, and then they might have to turn to alternative sources. So Russia would emerge as the most critical remaining supplier. Um, Problem is that this is obviously not related to reducing extraction. This is related to a blockade, which is very different because a blockade prevents imports through the Strait of Malacca. And so, if anything, you could just say, like, this is talking about imports, right? They still get imports from other sources, which means there's no reason that they would need their own extraction, especially because most likely implementation of this is not like they just suddenly give up all of their projects and they have no alternative, right? Like, they probably do this in a smart way. So they have a transition towards other diversified suppliers because they don't want to rely solely on Russia for exactly the reasons they gave in the uniqueness card, which would just imply that this doesn't happen, period. Again, using their own evidence to construct terminal defense against them. Perceptions of weakness uniquely cause military convergence. So here's a spike. It's perceptual, guys. It's perceptual. The problem is that like this relies on there being perceptions of weakness, and I'm not convinced that there are. I just like this is, I think, not a hop that can just be made without any cards to say that when you vote AF, there are perceptions of weakness around China. I don't think that's true. Like, I think China will do this in a smart way. They might even look more strong if some of the AF arguments are correct. And at the very least, they won't look substantially weaker. So this perception argument won't trigger, period. Um, okay, what does this actually say? For China, a stronger alliance would be bolstered in its rivalry. So yeah, they want to be stronger, and the alliance grants that. So if they're weaker, then they would have a greater incentive to align. Um, so I guess this is also due to econ weakening, which A, you could non-unique, but B, again, like they need to have a link to China's economy weakening, which I'm not convinced there is. If there is, I'm not convinced that it's like a substantial link. Um, but it's an interesting spike in here. Successful alliance causes global war. Okay, a military alliance between Russia and China would mean high intensity military campaigns. They adopt a vision of labor approach, China acting in the Indo-Pacific, Russia and Europe, and Iran, Syria, Libya, and the Middle East. An opportunistic alliance means Russia and China are united to change international rule-based order. Russia uses an escalating confrontation between China and the US to simultaneously test NATO. China would engage the US in a full-blown war. Wait, what? Interesting. I don't know what the context is here. Firstly, as a result of China's military buildup in terms of quantity and quality, China would be capable and willing to engage the US in a full-blown war, and China would no longer be forced to avoid confrontation due to military weakness. As of this writing, there's no reason anymore for China to fear rapid defeat from the outset of hostilities. This seems like it's not necessarily directly related to the alliance, and it's the only part of the card that actually says war. Of course, like Russia tests NATO, but that happens already. Like this is a nightmare scenario based on Model B. So again, it doesn't say that this will happen. This is just one possible scenario. Um, I don't know. It says in this scenario, right? But there's no evidence in the card for how likely this scenario is. It's just like one possible scenario, but I don't know. This warranting seems to imply that this is already possible. But yeah, I don't know. Don't love the evidence. I think there's also reasons why a Sino-Russian alliance might be good. Like it might stabilize the two actors, reducing their tendency to lash out. It might mean more intelligence sharing, which reduces miscalculation, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know. Okay, condition two is legitimacy. We've seen this already. Strake read exactly this version. I'm pretty sure it's the Rem Minings one. Okay, cool. So we'll move on to the third contention, um, which is about. Oh, wait, they have a spike in here that I want to talk about. There's two cards that make this spike, I think. Wait, where is it? Yeah, this part. So the Pereira evidence, Chinese REMs are necessary for US military and manufacturing. So the AF zaps defense. The argument here is that China exports rare earth minerals to the US and they use that for like arsenals. Problem I've talked about before is like there's a link turn that's relatively straightforward, which is that if China has fewer RIMs, they will cut the ones that they're exporting to other countries like the US and the EU first, and they will cut the ones they're using for their own military last, which means that they don't have a link here. And if anything, there's a link turn where, oh, wait, no, this is the link. Am I being silly? I am being silly. Yeah, I think this is a decent argument if you make that analysis. Like, obviously, I guess the response is that this also might cut Chinese manufacturing and Chinese arsenals if the previous assumptions in the case were true, that like the economy declines, it would have to decline because they're using fewer of their own rare earth minerals. And like the legitimacy links sort of depend on that, which would imply that China actually gets less of an arsenal as well. And probably like everyone across the board, right? Like everyone sort of relies on REMs for their arsenals. So I'm not sure why this is unique to the US or Europe. For instance, the next card about NATO would assume that Russia does not also get its defenses zapped, which probably is not true. Like I think if anything, Russia depends more on China for REMs compared to the EU and the US, or at the very least, it's equal, which means that this should be symmetrical. Like it means that the deterrence from both sides goes down, and so the mutually assured destruction stays the same. Um, Last contention is Africa. This is the one they usually go for. So we've talked a little bit about this already. So Chinese extraction is the reason they're doing stability. This is an interesting card. I don't know how much I talked about this before, but we'll talk about it here. It says many critical minerals are clustered in developing countries. Major powers are already jockeying for position. So clearly not very good language here because it's implying that this is in the status quo and they're con. So they're already jockeying for position in these regions, offering investment, infrastructure, and sometimes security assistance in exchange for reliable access to critical minerals. Interestingly, the next line says China's Belt and Road Initiative, for instance, has heavily targeted mining sectors in Africa and Latin America using state-backed loans and companies to lock in supply deals. That's important because that says that China is part of the major powers jockeying for position that is happening in the status quo. And it is part of quote unquote this competition that the rest of the article is talking about, which would imply maybe a link turn that the competition would decrease if China reduces, and therefore this is a mistagged card. Or at the very least, there's no evidence in this card that says that if China reduces, then other powers will fill in. Perhaps this is like some sort of a logical leap from the evidence that they're already filling in. But the fact that they're already filling in also means that it just as likely could go the opposite direction, where you say that if great powers like come out of the region, like China coming out of the region, that might decrease the intensity of the ongoing competition that is currently happening. Okay, could exacerbate local frailties again in the status quo. Resource competition between the great powers could be destabilizing if not carefully managed. We have seen troubling examples in several African countries. PMCs linked with major powers like Russia have provided regimes with security in mining areas as a form of quid pro quo for access to golden minerals, but often fuel conflict and carry out human rights abuses. Interestingly, I'm pretty sure that China does a very similar thing. It's a bit of the opposite. They don't offer security in exchange for mining. They pay like local rebel groups in the DRC, for example, in exchange for them to protect them, or in exchange for them to just not go after them, in exchange for the rights, like the secure rights to the mineral resources for their companies to mine, which would mean that they're doing like much the same thing, and perhaps this is a link turn. Finally, the fixed nature of the deposits means there's territorial disputes and conflicts. Natural resources have long been triggers for wars, disputes over different oil fields, diamonds, etc. Um, the inherent immobility of mineral deposits means geography can become a destiny. Regions can overnight become highly critical and contested. Interesting. I just don't know why they cannot already be contested with China there. I guess that's the previous card where they're saying that China is stabilizing it, but it's unclear why China needs to be there to stabilize it or like what exactly they're doing. In fact, what are they doing? Like, I guess peacekeeping missions is the reason. Interesting. Independently, there's like a lot of responses to peacekeeping missions, by the way, and like many of them, you should look up the history of UN peacekeeping missions. I guess also maybe Chinese peacekeeping missions, but they often fail and they often backfire sort of immensely without really reducing any wars or, filling in. So I guess they have, yeah, they say peacekeeping fails. Wait, what? But their evidence about China filling in or China stabilizing the region is explicitly about peacekeeping. Maybe it's a difference between different actors. I don't know. Weird. And then it escalates. Okay, sure. So we talked about most of that already. As we continue through the video, a lot of this gets redundant because we've seen a lot of the arguments over and over and over again. So hopefully we'll see some new kinds of arguments when we go to the next team. Okay, after a brief departure to the Strake and Harker arguments, we're back to going through alphabetically through the Rad Robin teams. So next is Taipei American AB. This is their AF. They start with an overview that says, I think this is like a lay AF. They start with an overview that says that Chinese infrastructure projects and investment projects through the Belt and Road Initiative are very bad. They create lots of debt that causes countries to cut their social spending, for example. And they have poorly developed infrastructure programs that are increased corruption and are not actually very good. My best bet is that this is here to spike. I mean, it's here, first of all, to set up a narrative of like China is not your friend, but also to spike out some of the arguments on the neg that are pretty common, especially on the lay. Like the arguments about how Chinese investment is really good, it's really profitable for local countries, it helps their development, and perhaps also arguments about like infrastructure deals that are connected to mining, especially the ones that are like literally part of the mining project. So for instance, China needs to literally build things like roads to get like to build the mine and like get to it and make sure that the trucks can go back and forth. And then those roads can get repurposed for other uses in the country and therefore are good. So this is perhaps a spike to those, like maybe that they're not actually very good. My only problem with that is like if the roads are directly tied to the profitability of the mine, then probably China has every incentive and probably does have the ability to make them very high quality. So perhaps it's true that in general their infrastructure projects are not very good, but the ones that are tied to the mine for their own profit probably are. And so I guess my problem with this argument is it seems a little bit adjacent to the resolution, like I've said before. Maybe there are other reasons for China to be investing and be building these infrastructure projects and be doing the Belt and Road Initiative that are unrelated to their own extraction. Um, Still, I think pretty good for framing the debate. Okay. Also, I guess the other problem is that these are not comparative, right? So the debt stuff, for instance, it's true that lots of developing nations are indebted to China, and as a result, they are forced into things that are kind of like austerity measures. But if you do the comparative, I'm pretty sure that a lot of Chinese loans are much lower in interest rate and therefore much easier to pay back compared to a lot of loans that you might have on the alternative from like the IMF or something, which have massive strings attached and are often associated with much more austerity project programs, which are the ones that like hike taxes and cut government programs like healthcare and education. So it might be that without China being there, there would be someone worse. And with China there, maybe there's more competition that like pressures everyone and gives more options for loans and more options for investment programs from different countries that are in the region. Although corruption might take that out. I don't know. Okay. First contention is RIMS. They have been aggressively depleted in Africa, or I guess, yeah, this evidence is referring to Africa by Chinese mines. So let's see what the evidence says. Global demand for REMS is really bad. It's surging. China now controls over half of the production and an estimated 87% of processing and refining. It's all about the processing. And they produce 70% of rare earth minerals, manufactures a lot, et cetera, et cetera. With large reserves, Africa is central to the global rush. That makes sense. A lot of these are not REMS, by the way. These are just like other kinds of critical minerals. In fact, I think none of those are REMS, but I might be wrong. Beijing provided $57 billion in aid to Africa, granting China resource access. The preferential treatment of Chinese SOEs that they get from governments enables them to outbid competitors and lock in supplies. That's good. That's a good line. I think that's useful. It means that it pushes out competition, for example. And at the same time, it can discourage African countries from enforcing regulations, leaving them vulnerable to environmental, labor, and health exploitation. This is interesting. I guess I want to know a little bit more about the preferential treatment and why it's unique to Chinese SOEs. Like, I wonder why this is not true for like massive MNCs from the US, for instance. This is obviously like, I think this is the closest we've gotten out of all of the ones that I've seen to something that is truly a very good comparative that gives structural reasons why Chinese mining companies might be worse than other companies that might fill in the counterfactual, especially other foreign companies that might come in. But this is pretty good. I would look into this maybe more. Like perhaps you could add one more card that says something like gives a laundry list of reasons why Chinese SOEs get preferential treatment. And that might, or maybe there's something else in the card that's not highlighted that says that, but I'm not sure. Still pretty interesting. So I guess the other question is the extent of the difference. So it's probably true that Chinese companies don't get regulations enforced on them as much. But there are certainly also examples of countries or companies from other countries that also do not follow regulations in Africa. So I would wonder what the extent of the difference is, because it might be true that China is like slightly worse, but it might not be very much worse in terms of following regulations. And in other ways, it might be better, which would be an answer to this argument. The only way to solve is for China to back off. Also, like, I don't know about the tag here. It doesn't seem like there's much in the card about depletion. Um, Although maybe there are other harms from the extraction itself. I don't think like taking away all of their resources is one. Okay, next card. The only way to solve is for China to back off and allow governments to reclaim their resources. I like this a lot. I think this is a very good comparative. I think it's what the pro teams generally should be running. But I wonder if the card says that. Let's see. Extractive industries have detrimental environmental impacts. Makes sense. And we've already warranted out why China is unique, maybe uniquely bad. China's investment limits job creation and skill transfers. Okay, it does say this is not unique to China, um, which might be a problem, right? That implies that like anyone else who comes in might also do this. Um, it's sort of like how much clearer can you get? This seems like a non-unique. Um, okay, or at least like there's not a link on the argument. If you vote pro, it does not. Wait, this is a pro. Yeah, okay, sorry. It says con at the top. Yeah, I guess this is a solvency deficit then. Um, okay, where were we? Here. Okay. Um, to avoid these pitfalls, African leaders must use the opportunity to prioritize sustainable resource management and equitable benefit sharing. Sustainable resource management and equitable benefit sharing. Is that possible with China? Let's see what the policy recommendations are. Leveraging critical mineral reserves requires a complex approach. African actors should play a central role in the global energy transition rather than passively following. Makes sense. So, yeah, that makes sense. So, do it more themselves. Currently, China's investment in Africa's critical mineral sector adds little value as they primarily focus on export-oriented projects to feed plants in China. That makes sense, but also seems like it will happen either way, especially this wording, right? Like they primarily focus on export-oriented projects. So I guess this would include both its own extractive projects in these other countries and also other projects that are like it's investing in other projects that it does not own and control in order to make sure that they have the ability to export more minerals back to China. Either way, this is primarily focusing on export-oriented projects to feed plants in China, and it seems like that would happen post-AF as well. Okay. Raw materials are transported to Chinese plants, then manufactured and sold as solar panels to Europe and the US. Right, again, but this still happens when African countries are doing the extraction themselves, because that doesn't change who does the manufacturing, which would still be China. So I'm unclear what the solvency is here. And in fact, I don't think this card is talking at all about Chinese extraction programs, but rather African extraction programs that are invested in by China, even if they're not owned by China. Okay. In just Zambia alone, Chinese mines cut off clean water access for millions. Yeah, I've seen this. This is a very good card. I think it's a great example of what Chinese companies might do. If we don't do something, deaths will continue skyrocketing. Unsafe water and sanitation have killed lots of people. That makes sense. I don't know, like the linkage between this obviously is a little bit unclear. I don't think you get like 190 million children dying from like all water contamination across the entire continent of Africa because you have like Chinese companies sometimes pollute water. But obviously, like it does affect this, and it is a big problem to some extent. It's probably scalar. Okay, pretty good argument, I would say. Has a lot of the same flaws that some of the other arguments have that we've talked about on the AF, but does a slightly better job, I would say, of making up for them. Okay, next argument is overfishing. The world's oceans are being run dry by Chinese fishing boats. Okay, this seems true. I think I've read about this as well in the context of Argentina. Argentina, Chile, Peru, Ecuador, Indonesia, etc. Victims of illegal Chinese fishing. So I wonder what makes it illegal. Like there's two possibilities. Either it is Chinese fishing from state-owned or state-backed fishing vessels that is in some way controlled by the PRC, but is illegal because it's violating the laws of local countries. If that's the case, then this is definitely a good pro argument, and you definitely have a link. But if it's illegal Chinese fishing because it's like Chinese fishermen who are operating illegally without being guided or controlled or maybe even, like against the will of the PRC, then I think that there's no link. And in fact, this might increase if you vote pro and you reduce the PRC's own extraction because you probably still have a lot of demand. And so maybe the illegal Chinese fishing fills in for that, which would be a con argument against this. Let's see. The Chinese obviously know their fishing is wrongful. I don't know about that. Uh, Weird sentence. Their boats change names and disabled satellite tracking systems to disguise their activity. Makes sense. Thanks to Chinese illegal fishing, seas have been stripped bare. 93% of the world's major fish stock are either fully exploited, overexploited, or significantly depleted. It's pretty good. Um, yeah, this makes sense. I think this is decently good evidence. China is the pariah of the seas. It's impacting communities everywhere. Countries subsidize fishing through direct payments and low interest loans. Interesting. If you're subsidizing something, you're going to get more of it. Subsidies encourage commercial fishing. This is interesting. If the Chinese government subsidizes commercial fishing, does that count as its fishing? I don't know. Maybe so. But also it says many countries, so this is maybe not unique to China, although it does say China is leading the way. But it might be that other countries would subsidize their fishing even more if China wasn't there because there's more fish that they can then go get. So there might be a fill-in argument that would respond to this. Depleting the ocean's resources is really bad. China's industrial scale operations further strain these vulnerable populations, pushing some species toward extinction. Good evidence. Consumers will suffer. Collapse of fish stocks can ripple across the food web. Biodiversity. United States should pressure China and other countries to eliminate harmful fishing subsidies. I actually really like this line because it kind of implies some solvency. Um, because like obviously, why would they recommend this if it wouldn't solve to some extent? But still, I wish there was a little bit more in this card. I know I'm asking a lot. They like describe why this would solve. If we don't pass, if we don't reduce Chinese resource extraction, millions will continue dying from biodiversity loss. Um, okay. This seems like too general of a card, right? Poor diets have become the driver of 11 million deaths per year. Increasing food biodiversity is an essential way to achieve dietary diversity. But I don't know that this is all related to like fishing, right? I don't know. I mean, it did say earlier, to be fair, that there's ripple effects across biodiversity, or at least marine biodiversity, which might amplify the internal linkage of this card. And again, it probably is still scalar, but yeah, maybe wish it was slightly more specific. For far too long, China's been preying on vulnerable populations. Good narrative stuff. Yeah, all around, I think a pretty good like case. I really like the fishing argument. I think it's a little bit harder to respond to than some of the other ones. The obvious responses would still be the same as many just like extraction bad arguments in the pro, which is that it's going to happen anyway, just through other pathways like private Chinese fishing or like whatever illegal fishing instead, or other countries subsidizing their fishing projects instead. But the nice thing about fishing is like I think it's less of a zero sum thing. Like you can very easily continue overfishing even more. And so it's not like one person fishing somewhere means other people don't fish there. It just means that the fishing of everyone gets worse, which is an interesting reason why maybe there's not as much of a fill-in argument. Um, but okay, yeah, I think this is a solid case, to be honest, for either lay or tech. Okay, this is the Taipei Neg. It seems to be a sole contention about green technology and renewables, which is an argument we've talked about a lot, several times before. I think you could just like apply all of the feedback I gave to those arguments. Like the biggest problems are that China will still retain access to all of the same rare earth minerals because it still has access to processing and a monopoly over that. They have a lot of spikes, to be fair, and there's contention that say like no one else will fill in, and if they do, it'll be delayed. I'll get to those specific spikes and talk about why I don't think that they actually necessarily work. But it is a better attempt, I think, than I've seen in a lot of other cases that have similar contentions. Another note, maybe when we get into the specifics of this, I don't think you should use ChatGPT to come up with tags for your evidence. And like I think that it's just not very strategic in my opinion. It makes it much less efficient. Maybe you think it makes it like slightly more persuasive, but I don't really think so. I think it's better to prioritize the functional elements that you, the debater, know. And it doesn't really take that much time. So probably better to have like smaller tags that are a little bit like, I don't know, written by yourself and fit into the narrative without having to use AI. Okay, let's see. First evidence is talking about how China control. I guess the first two pieces of evidence talk about how China controls renewables through their dominance of rare earth minerals. I guess it doesn't talk about rare earth minerals yet, but it's, China definitely does control renewables. This is all true. Then the US cannot replace China and Europe cannot replace China. Um, I guess I'm not sure why we're only talking about the US and Europe, and we don't really have any structural reasons here for why China is irreplaceable, just why, like, incidentally, it just so happens that these two actors can't be the ones to replace it. Especially given that we're talking about extraction, it doesn't seem like it is very necessary for you to, like, it's not that hard to extract rare earth minerals. They're just rocks and they're kind of everywhere, right? So like if you have the ability to mine things, then you can probably mine rare earth minerals. And like we see rare earth mineral projects across the entire planet. Like Myanmar, right? We talked about this, has a ton of rare earth mineral projects that are not necessarily all owned and operated by China. And they're in the civil war. So like clearly, how hard could it really be? I don't know. It seems like it's eminently possible for lots of different companies to fairly easily shift to mining rare earth minerals. And a lot of companies around the world have experience mining rare earth minerals. Look at a lot of Australian companies, for instance, and they probably could fill in fairly easily. There's not like necessarily a reason why China is the only one who could do this. Also, a million other comparatives, like China would just give its technology, like it already has, to Myanmar and Laos and Cambodia to mine rare earth minerals and extract them efficiently. If it really did rely so much on rare earth minerals, because then it can just give the technology, like the chemicals, to other countries, allow their mining companies to mine the rare earth minerals and then buy them from them, which would allow it to maintain its dominance over renewable energy, which it clearly has a high incentive and capacity to do. Um, Especially the Europe can't fill in card, I think is not very good. It just sort of says that they have rolled back some sustainability requirements, but they have been a forerunner in the green transition. I'm also not necessarily sure you need to be committed to green transition and climate action to just mine rare earth minerals and sell them for money. Like this seems much more profit motivated to me, especially because China is definitely going to be in the market for buying a lot of these when it's not mining them as much itself. Also, just like China has most of these in its own borders anyway. And in fact, it has so many of these in its own borders that it puts caps on how much its companies are allowed to mine every year. And so it would just ease those caps to get more rare earth minerals. Like it Loki has like an overcapacity of rare earth minerals right now, which is one of the reasons why it did export controls to artificially increase the prices so that its companies would get more profit because they were just mining too many rare earth minerals and I guess processing too many as well. Okay, replacing China takes years. Again, you don't really have to replace China. New mines, and also I don't think it does take years. You don't need new mines. You don't need new refineries. China still has the refineries. The reason you don't need new mines is because the mines will still exist. Like if there is a mine in Peru that is mining rare earth minerals that is owned by China, that mine still exists after China no longer owns it, right? Like China will sell the mine to another company, maybe like an Australian company or a Canadian company or a Peruvian company. And then that company will just take over operations of the same mine over the same resource deposits. It's not like China leaves and they like tear down all of their mining infrastructure in the process. That would be kind of bad for China as well, because China, according to this, relies a lot on those sources of rare earth minerals. And so they would want someone else to at least pick up the slack behind them as they leave so that they can buy the rare earth minerals from the other person. And this has happened in the past. For example, like when the Chinese molybdenum company or corporation or whatever, CMOC, when they sold a mine for copper in Australia to an Australian company, they like retained a lifetime agreement where they would buy 80% of the copper that Australian company continues to mine from that mine that they're leaving behind through an offtake agreement. So like clearly this is doable. China has every reason to do this, and it's not like there has to be like this massive transition that takes years and years to like build up new mining capacity. Um, yeah, I mean, okay, one line, okay. Alternative supply chains will require years to develop. That's true, but that's the whole supply chain, right? This is not talking about extraction, and you don't need to develop a new supply chain. China's supply chain, like if there's 9 steps in the supply chain, 8 of them stay the same. You're just swapping out the first step, so you don't have to rebuild all 9 steps when the first step changes. I think this is sort of just incorrect. Okay, one major worry is China is taking advantage of their dominance, but China cannot actually weaponize clean energy without hurting itself. Uh, I'm not sure if that's true. It seems like the fact that they've used export controls means that they actually can help themselves by artificially boosting the price while potentially slowing the energy transition for other countries. Um, but I think this card is probably pretty good. Yeah, there's mutual interdependence and stuff. That makes sense. It's a useful spike, I suppose. When clean energy slows, fossil fuels immediately fill the gap. Okay, yeah, fossil fuels contribute a lot. They're dangerous for public health. Okay, well, I don't think this evidence says that they immediately fill the gap. In fact, they might not, right? Like, perhaps other kinds of energy. Well, I guess other kinds of energy would have to be clean. Or maybe people just use less energy for a while. Probably incorrect. Like, this is probably a good assumption to make. I just don't think this card says that. Um, First impact is economic collapse from fossil fuel lock-in. Yeah, makes sense. I mean, fossil fuels are kind of terminally on the decline. Uh, this is interesting. There's a $278 billion revenue gap. Um, I don't know really what this is referring to. Now account for fiscal policies now account for declining fossil fuel use or risk a revenue gap. I see. I see. Six emerging country economies need to do this. Okay. I mean, it makes sense. Like fossil fuels are not very profitable anymore because they're kind of becoming stranded assets. So that makes sense. I guess there could be more impact work here. This seems like, I mean, I suppose what you could do is just use this and then link the generic econ impact into whatever their impacts are, which is probably fine. But there could be maybe a bit more here, like terminalization. Second, poverty, health, and human death and suffering. Yeah, fossil fuels suck. That's probably true. Third impact is climate catastrophe. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, makes sense. It seems like another lay case, but somewhat solid. I just have a few of the same complaints that I have about most of the green tech arguments on this topic. And I don't think the spikes in this case get around those complaints. Okay, here's another AF from Taipei that seems to be like their tech AF about fusion. So the first part of the argument says that China is using lithium from South America through its extraction to pursue more fusion technologies. This is bad because this controls things like hedge transition, which might lead to transition wars. And it also means that China will win the AI race through fusion technologies, which is like really bad, does a lot of terrible things. The second part of the argument says fusion is really good, which is a bit puzzling to me because like maybe the argument is that the West will fill in and like do more fusion if China doesn't do fusion, and then the West has like better fusion or something, or that they like avoid all of the transition conflict risks, but they still get all the benefits of fusion. But as written, it sort of feels like a double turn. Like it feels like the AF prevents China from getting fusion. Fusion is good. Like fusion solves all sorts of different risks, including war, which would, then intuitively solve the risk of transition wars as well, because their transition war evidence is generic and it doesn't account for a fusion. I don't know. That's my 2 cents. I think there's some deep contradictions in this argument, at least as it's currently written. Maybe like into the round or as it's read in the round, it's explained in a different way. Okay, uniqueness fusion is coming within months, or at least like the research for fusion will be done. Fusion will become a reality. There's a lot of converging developments, but China is outpacing the US. Makes sense. Lithium is uniquely key to the fusion and renewables race. Lithium batteries have a significant role. They're the linchpin. They require lithium and lithium 7. They're essential for breeding tritium, which is one of the primary fuels in nuclear fusion. Makes sense, makes sense, makes sense. Extraction from South America fuels Chinese lithium, definitely true. The lithium triangle, Argentina, Chile, and Bolivia, contains a ton of lithium. It's the focal point of China's resource acquisition strategy. Chinese companies have invested over $16 billion in South American lithium projects between 2018 and 2024. Chinese direct investment in lithium extraction across the region has quadrupled since 2020, making China a major foreign investor. In 2023, China's Tianqi Lithium and Ganfeng Lithium collectively controlled access to nearly 40% of global lithium production through their South American operations. This is great evidence because my assumption was that China would just import a lot of the lithium, but it seems like instead, I don't know why, but instead they are really taking the reins themselves and going and extracting most of the lithium, this is fantastic evidence. The problem is that it doesn't necessarily mean that they could not also import it. Like it could be that they just sell their operations in Chile, Bolivia, Argentina to other companies who continue extracting the lithium and then sell the lithium to China. Um, or China sets up refinement plants in those countries that allows them to, I guess it wouldn't be refinement plants if it's lithium. I don't know what lithium, how you like use it, but maybe it is refinement plants. And then they would still be able to get the rest of the supply chain up to like the lithium batteries and stuff. Um, yeah, I think the comparatives probably answer this just like every other argument we've talked about. Winning the race drastically shifts hedge and grants unmatched strategic advantages. Also, because it's just lithium, it might not be included in substantial. Like this is something I think we have to be thinking about is this is one of those very specific links that's only one resource. And it's true that that is a natural resource that China is extracting, but it might not be true that that is most likely to be included in China's substantial reduction of natural resource extraction when you vote AF. So just a thought. I think that's a underrated response that could be applied here, especially because it seems like in this case, there are lots of very particular reasons why this is uniquely important for China because they can't access it elsewhere. They can't access it within their own borders. And it's like super key for all of their lithium batteries, which are key for fusion and a lot of other technologies they have as well. So maybe more so than other natural resources, they would want to keep, extraction of lithium, especially if it's harder to replace than replacing other natural resources with imports. Winning the race drastically shifts hedge, grants unmatched strategic advantages. That makes sense. Hedge transition ensures great power war. Sure makes sense. Independently, China is winning the AI race. That's really bad. And they would say that these minerals are also important for the AI race. Although, does it say that? Maybe. It says renewable power is the bottleneck. Okay, sure. Yeah, and China controls renewable power. Obviously, there's a turn here that the Khan can read pretty easily that's like your argument is that China will reduce its fusion and renewable energy, which seems like a bad thing, right? Like this just bites the link into green tech, which could outweigh potentially, as long as you have sufficient defense to hedge transition and like the transition wars and stuff, or weighing, which is also possible. Um, Winning the AI race emboldens China to export nightmarish technologies, miscalc bioweapons, and S risks ensue. Sure. I mean, we've seen this kind of stuff before. Solves a laundry list of existential threats. So this is where I get confused because all of these are like fusion is good. Like this is fusion creates the opportunity for a new nuclear normative order oriented toward perpetual peace. Developing fusion will mitigate against conflict. Fusion introduces paradigm shift. Conflict over resources could subside, et cetera, et cetera. So I feel like there's a way for you to use this as defense against their transition war scenario and say transition war scenario evidence doesn't account for fusion. Fusion prevents the wars from actually happening, even if the underlying tensions do happen. And even if this like hedge transition does happen, it creates an opportunity for a peaceful hedge transition. And then you could also read stuff like hedge transition inevitable, which turns this into offense for you, because then hedge transition with China having fusion is more likely to be peaceful than hedge transition inevitably into the future without fusion, which would be more violent. Interesting stuff. Plus, you could read that with like legitimacy as well. Um, Next, fusion solves climate change and space travel. Mars colonization hedges against all risk. This is like get off the rock stuff. Earth is doomed. Warming is existential. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, this is great stuff. I just think it's a double turn, unfortunately, because there's no other evidence that says like the US is going to get fusion, unless like this Knudsen evidence sort of implies everyone is going to get fusion or something like that. But yeah, not sure. I think it's an interesting article. I wonder, I also think there might be stuff in the Kaufman evidence that explains why the US is sort of shooting itself in the foot. I bet that's true. It's just like, I bet that the US is doing something to hurt its own fusion. I guess this doesn't seem to give very many warrants. It's just sort of like the facts, which is that China is outpacing the US. But I bet if you looked into it, a lot of that would be because of alternative reasons that the US is not pursuing fusion or doing as well successfully in fusion, which would mean like if you don't get Chinese fusion, you just don't really get very much fusion period in the world, which means you don't get the benefits they talk about at the end of the case. But yeah, an interesting spin on the topic, something new that I haven't heard before. Okay, this seems to be Taipei's tech af. It's about warming. The thesis of this argument is that like the US is reliant on China for rare earth minerals that are used in renewable technology. And that means that perhaps China could cut the US off of rare earth minerals, which would be devastating for renewable transitions. But if China reduces its extraction and dominance of rare earth minerals, then the US can fill in and get more of its own rare earth minerals, which would be great because then they can make sure that their supply chain for renewable energy is more stable. I think there are several problems with this. One is that China will retain processing and refinement dominance no matter what, which would still have the same effect of crowding out US mines because they can still set the price of rare earth minerals because they're the only ones who can process them and refine them. If the US could get into processing and refining, then this wouldn't really matter. Like they would be able to do that on either side, which would I think mean that they don't like. Well, maybe that would solve a little bit. I'd have to think about that. I do think there's maybe a double bind here, where like if it is inevitable that the US breaks into rare earth mineral processing and refinement, then it means that they would be able to build their own rare earth mineral extraction with or without China having extraction of rare earth minerals, because they could do so internally with their own processing. And then they could have like, they could just do protectionist policies to insulate that supply chain, which would probably solve. But I think that the prong of the double bind that is probably just more true is that the US is unable to compete with China in terms of processing and refinement for a litany of reasons that we've already been over, which means that this voting pro is certainly not going to solve. The second problem is I'm just unclear why China is going to cut the US off of rare earth minerals. It seems like China having all of these rare earth minerals is actually good because they give them to the US, as their evidence says, which allows the US to then put them into renewable energy and things like that. It does, like the closest thing I get here is that restrictions have already caused disruptions. China has weaponized rare earth elements. They halted exports to Japan in 2010 over a territorial dispute. And this gives China flexibility to escalate or de-escalate based on negotiation progress. So it's like a bargaining chip, right? Yeah, it gives them enhances their bargaining power. But in order for this to enhance their bargaining power, they have to keep the US dependent on its rare earth minerals, which would entail continuing to give rare earth minerals to the US actively to allow the US renewable sector to flourish, but only when China is giving them renewable energy or rare earth minerals. The problem with this is like even in 2010, when it briefly halted rare earth elements to Japan, like it was brief, right? Like it unhalted the exports later, as it always does, because it also needs like buyers for its rare earth minerals, and it needs this bargaining chip effect. If you halt exports for too long, then you no longer have the bargaining chip. It kind of disappears, which means that also, like again, we have 99% of processing of rare earth elements, which again concedes this. But it means that like I just don't see any world in which China cuts the US off of like its entire ability to make renewable energy. It seems like that is very unlikely. Plus, if it does cut them off, it's going to cut them off of the processed rare earth elements because it's very easy for the US to still go and mine rare earth elements on its own. If it's not very easy, then this won't transition. So then there's no solvency on the pro. I guess the line that they're towing is like it would be easy except for China's dominance. But again, even China's extractive dominance of rare earth elements is still going to continue because they're still going to be able to be the only ones who price set with processing, and they're also going to dominate the extraction through their own borders because they have like the biggest reserves of rare earth elements in the planet, and the U.S. has very few. Plus, Chinese companies can still import disproportionately from other countries that mine rare earth elements, which would still give them this sort of dominant capacity. Next, it says the AF solves. Chinese extractive capabilities in the SQUO crowd out US resource extraction, but post AF, the US would fill in. One thing to note about this card is it definitely does not say that the US would fill in. It does say that China employs price manipulation and market flooding using its enormous refining and production capacity, again, refining and production, to drive down global prices and squeeze out competitors. For example, China's rare earths oversupply forced the bankruptcy of the only rare earths mine in the US. It's just because China has too many rare earth minerals, which is true. But this seems good for the market, right? This seems very good for renewable energy across the rest of the supply chain because the fact that the oversupply drives down prices so much means that it's very cheap to buy processed rare earth elements if you want to then put them in a solar panel, which then makes the resulting solar panel more cheap because the inputs are cheaper, which then means the entire green transition is accelerated as long as China doesn't like throw a wrench in the works. by blocking off someone from the use of rare earth minerals, or yeah, entirely, which I just think is very unlikely. Oh, also we have the right of first refusal thing again. Um, Maybe it's the same card actually, but again, like this is something that China would do instead, which still like prevents the U.S. from having access. Okay, this means that manufacturing can shift. Does it? I don't think there's anything that says that in the card. The US probably is behind in a lot of other parts of the supply chain as well, in terms of tacit knowledge and technology and techniques. But the US needs increased access to REMs that solves manufacturing shortages, but there aren't manufacturing shortages in the status quo. A lack of stable REE sources collapse clean energy supply chains, but they're stable. Like I don't know why they're not stable right now. The world is headed for a turbulent period of energy transition. Okay. Let's see. Without decisive mitigation actions, shortages could raise cost for lower carbon products, which would be really bad. There are bottlenecks and stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. Um, I think same things I've said before apply here. Causes extinction. Consensus concludes Amazonian tipping points are coming soon. So we've got just a bunch more warming extinction cards. China is specifically responsible. So here's a spike about deforestation that I've talked about before. Again, this is mostly because of demand, I'm pretty sure. Um, and yeah, okay. So primarily due to expansion for beef and soybean production, massive all causes. The AF solves China's deforestation is unique and existential. Definitely does not say that. Again, I think this card is decent, perhaps. Um, I remember I thought of another problem with this card after I talked about it in the last part of the video, but maybe I'm forgetting what that part was. There's some other indite to this card that I found. Maybe it'll come to me later and I'll like put in another part of the video here or something. Yeah, I don't know. I just think that fill-in is certainly true. Um, yeah. Deforestation magnifies every impact, causes extinction. So this is basically just number one, China might cut other people off from REMs. If it doesn't have as many REMs, other people don't get cut off. The problem here is like if China doesn't have as many REMs, that forces it to cut you off, right? To some extent. Like in the short term, certainly that means that there's less REMs to go around if this is true. And so even if there is long-term fill-in from the US, it's long-term and there's a delay. And so this causes this immediate like cutoff. And so they would have to do some time frame weighing, like I mean like duration weighing, where they say like we would rather have one clean cut off of REMs now that does harm the industry, but long term leads to more self-sufficiency in the US renewable market, instead of having the potential for China to have like multiple different, like every year it cuts us off once or something. This just seems very unlikely though. And so I think that, I don't know, it's a bit of a, I don't know, it's a tough bullet to bite reading this link on warming. I think you kind of bite the green tech link on the neg, which might be a bigger link, especially because China definitely probably exports more green tech and renewables to other countries than the US does. Okay, I'm not going to talk about like the Ks from the round robin, so I'm not going to talk about avenues. I'm not going to talk about the Roosevelt Ks, which was Hartman. I think this is the last team in alphabetical order, if I have that right, from the round robin. This is Theodore Roosevelt CM, and this is the only time I believe throughout either the tournament proper or the round robin that they ran Substance. And they have two conditions on the con. One is about African investment. We've sort of talked about that already. And the other one is about green tech. We've also talked about that already. I'll like go through it. I don't think there's very much unique in these contentions. So African economies are thriving now. China's investing in them. Interconnectedness. China's investment is reducing poverty. If you take it away, it's bad. But problem is that there's not a link, right? Like we don't know why removing China's international resource extraction takes away investment from Africa. And actually, I think there's maybe like 4 or 5 turns that you could read here. So one, if China's economy actually benefits from voting pro, then they have more money to invest in Africa. And they probably have symmetric incentives to invest in Africa to get things like soft power, to get things like more imports from African nations to prevent the US from getting access to African hegemony, etc. And so this would increase their capacity without changing their incentive to fund Africa. The reason it might increase their capacity to do this is because maybe it will remove overcapacity harms to China's economy. They also probably get money for selling some of the mines, which is an immediate cash injection that could partially get funneled back into Africa. And maybe like some of the industries that they're doing in extraction are like losing money. I know that that's true for at least some mines, I think. So those are all possible reasons why China might actually benefit, which would then in turn benefit Africa, which is interconnected according to their evidence. A second turn is that maybe China's incentive to invest in Africa might increase for two reasons. A is that if they no longer can go in themselves, take minerals, and then leave, then they actually have to rely on African countries themselves to actually do the extraction for them, or some other company that is in those African countries. And so the most likely way that they would do this to exclude other countries from filling in is by helping maybe do joint development projects or funding African economies' extractive industries so that they will have a greater capacity to efficiently mine resources to then that China can then buy from them through imports, which would then increase the incentive for them to invest in African countries relative to the status quo. A second reason is that if it is true that like one of the objectives of China's international resource extraction is geopolitical, and they want to increase their soft power by doing this, then that would imply that voting AF decreases their soft power to some extent, which would then lean them toward a different way of sort of recouping the lost soft power. The argument here would be like, if they're losing soft power by reducing extraction, they would then be incentivized to increase soft power or make back up that lost soft power through other things, aka increasing investment instead in other areas. Um, Other turns on this, I don't know, maybe there's like African countries are more willing to receive Chinese investment if some of the most controversial projects in the BRI, for example, are reduced, which are the extractive ones that are like poisoning people and polluting. Then maybe you spread the BRI further, which increases the momentum of these projects, which increases the investment in it from both China and like participants. Um, that's a bunch of turns that you can read on this that I think it's vulnerable to, given that it doesn't really have a link. Condition two is the green tech stuff. So China's leading green tech. Rare earth elements are obviously vital. Without China, green tech decreases massively. Like obviously, this gap between these two cards is the problem because there's no evidence that says voting AF means that China just doesn't get any rare earth elements. We've talked about a million different ways they do. Domestically, they have the biggest reserves in the world. They import them. They do joint development programs. They recycle them, which there's evidence that they're increasingly like researching technology to recycle rare earth elements to make a circular economy, which might actually be a good thing for the pro, which would be a cool turn to watch out for. China's lead in green tech has spurred clean energy in the developing world. Yeah, makes sense. And then climate impact, pretty stock stuff. I think there's also probably some turns on this. Like maybe if you, worst case scenario, like more countries access rare earth elements, that seems good because there's no reason that China uniquely is the only one who can like make renewable energy, right? So like if other countries start getting pieces of the supply chain and China's more dependent on those other countries, maybe this also increases investment because it increases China's incentives to invest in those other countries. And maybe it also just increases like or diversifies the different sources of green tech that exist in the world, which means that bottlenecks from China's sole domination and monopoly might go away, which might be good for the transition to green tech. But yeah, I don't know. There's probably several turns. Also, just the fact that like Chinese extraction hurts lots of ecosystems and biodiversity and like deforestation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Again, you have to make that unique though, given that probably some extraction is inevitable. Okay, that's all I will say for Theodore Roosevelt. Okay, I think I've gone through all of the substance from every round robin team at this point. So here are just some bonuses from the tournament proper. I'll include like the finalists, which I've already gone through, which was Strake, and some of the semifinalists. So this is one of the semifinalists, which is Langley CB. Their AF, they have two versions. So I'll start with the first version, which has contention one is Terror and contention two is Backlash. Does it have a contention three? Maybe. Um, no, I think it's just Terror and Backlash. So let's go through what these are. I think they're quite interesting. So first contention is this is pro. So they're saying we should reduce resource extraction. The thesis of this is that essentially like China is funding terrorists in Africa because of its extractive projects. So let's go through it. Mineral pressures are incubating war in the DRC, so specific to the Congo, which is another reason why this might not be included in the AF. If you prove that China is uniquely dependent on the Congo and its extraction in the Congo for cobalt, and if the AF proves that there is no other possibility other than China's doing its own extraction, this would imply that this is unique in terms of China's international extraction and that it can't be replaced, which means that it is the least likely to be included in the substantial decrease of natural resource extraction when you vote F, and therefore it might not be included in the resolution at all. But yeah, okay, so there's financial stakes that leads to military confrontation, kind of just a generic card that like when there's something that's valuable and there's not very good governance around it, then people fight over it. True, not unique to China yet. Escalating now, probably true. This is because of the M23, by the way, which is a rebel group that is funded in large part by Rwanda. which probably is an alt cause that you don't solve. I don't know. Just a thought. They're definitely like the biggest cause, although there are like hundreds, I think, literally of armed groups, at the very least dozens in the DRC that makes it a very complicated issue. China is the root cause. Rebel forces and the DRC government are making extensive use of Chinese-made weapons. I think it's a bit power tagged here. It doesn't say it's the root cause. Probably it is a part of the cause, question mark, or it is at least fueling something that already existed before it was there. So it's certainly not the root cause. Okay, so both rebel forces and the DRC government are making extensive use of Chinese-made weapons. Notably, Chinese-made weapons, like there's an incentive for China to do arms sales to get money with or without its extractive projects, totally separate from the resolution. So this probably doesn't get solved, resulting in enormous cost to the humanitarian situation, regional stability, and even Chinese investments in the region. That is a very, very important turn. If Chinese weapons going to these actors is hurting Chinese investments in the region, clearly it is not tied to Chinese investments in the region. I feel like that would mean, if anything, China has comparatively lower incentives to send weapons to the DRC when it has investments in the region, aka when it has extractive projects in the region. But if it didn't have extractive projects in the region, then it wouldn't have as many costs to sending weapons, which means it would send relatively more weapons than it is currently sending, which would, make things even worse. Both sides have also been using Chinese weapons, sure. And um, and Chinese companies pay M23 for mining access. Oh, also like one of the reasons that this is happening is like China does arms sales to Rwanda, and then like this is completely unrelated to extractive projects, and then Rwanda just gives those weapons to the M23. So also something you don't solve. And Chinese companies pay M23 for mining access. This is the link. This is the first time we've gotten a link in any of these cards. And I guess the only the bottom is highlighted. Militias seize mining areas and demand taxes from miners. I don't know, is it about the M23? I mean, it says M23 up here. M23 now controls all commercial points between Rwanda and the provinces of North and South Kivu. They've established de facto governance, blah, 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 blah. They act as the dominant transit hub in the region. That's important, though, right? Like, Rwanda acts as the dominant transit hub in the region, and M23 controls all of the routes between the DRC and the mines in the DRC and Rwanda. That means that anyone mining in the DRC is going to have to go through the M23 and probably pay them to get through, and then transit their minerals out in the form of imports or exports to other countries. So this is clearly not unique to China. And also, like, this is since the Second Congo War began in 1998. Like, clearly not unique or root cause from China. Okay, let's see. Yeah, so this Chinese company, failed to file UN human rights reports and maintains close ties to Chinese-owned entities. Yeah, makes sense. Again, probably not unique to China. Militia seized mining areas to demand taxes. Chinese-owned Kunhao Mining supplied AK-47 rifles in 2016 and money to the Raya Mutomboki militia for access to a gold site. But guys, this is one example, right? Like this is the only example in the card of when this has happened. And if militias are demanding taxes from miners, this is all miners, not just Chinese miners. Like there's no reason at all why this is unique to China. And given that there's so many resources, so much resource wealth in the DRC, if China wasn't there, other countries would fill in, or other companies, or more importantly, the militias themselves would just fill in, right? There's a lot of evidence that says the militias themselves are doing illegal mining in the spots where like legal companies are not operating, which means if China leaves and just dips, yeah, maybe the militias get fewer taxes from them, but they literally get access to all of the mineral wealth that they can mine themselves. Maybe they won't be as good at mining it, they'll be less efficient, but they still get a lot of money from it. Because this is something that's very profitable, or some other company just comes in, fills in for China, and then does the same thing, perhaps even worse because of the new transition costs causing some conflict in the interim that might increase instability. I don't know. Nuclear proxy wars or miscal, crazy jump, I think. Like, how do we go from like, I don't know, one or a couple militias get a few more rifles to like nuclear proxy wars? I just don't know how much the conflict changes or how much the conflict escalates specifically because of China. There are so many other actors that are in the region that it makes it very complicated. Okay, US and China engaged in also like the lion's share of the weapons probably come from Rwanda, maybe from China to Rwanda into the DRC, but probably are not coming primarily from the mining companies. There's no like extent analysis, right? There's no analysis on the uniqueness of how many of the weapons are like to what extent the weapons are coming from mining companies versus other sources, which is a problem because I would say it's 99.9% other sources. Um, Plus, there's an interesting link turn possibility here that's like, okay, their argument is militias will, like, for instance, sell the rights to a gold site to a Chinese company in return for guns and money. Fine. That's a one-time transaction. If militias did not do that, then the militias would be controlling the gold site and they would be continuously profiting from the gold site forever into the future, right? Which might be even worse because like you could make the analysis that this is actually long-term an irrational move from the militia because they have short-termist incentives. They're just trying to survive day to day, and they're not really thinking about like months in the future. And so if they had not done this, there might actually be more guns overall that they can afford as they continuously profit from the gold site that they own, which might even be worse. That would be an interesting link turn that you could make. Nuclear proxy wars. Okay, U.S. and China engaged in a proxy war in the Congo. Wait, this is during the Cold War, bro. Crazy miscut. Wait, absolutely crazy miscut. Also probably implies alt causes, right? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Nuclear weapons and economic interdependence largely foreclosed, pursuing direct hostilities. Wait, what? Crazy miscut. What are you talking about? This says mad. This says nuclear weapons won't allow wars to happen. Am I crazy? Like, what is happening here? Okay. I would evidence challenge this. It would involve the use of diplomacy. Wait, okay. A Sino-US proxy war would likely be subtle and deniable, but would blur into normal international politics. Seems like it's not that bad. It would involve the use of diplomacy. Hello, that seems like that would decrease tensions. Propaganda, cyber operations, and weaponized interdependence of control of key hubs and economic networks. Yeah, this is like a trade war. Hello? This is not nuclear wars. Could a Sino-US proxy war escalate? Maybe this is where we get into it, right? Scholars often compare the danger of interstate war, provoked blah, 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 blah. Okay, let's see. Economic and military growth of China could spark alarm in the United States and heighten the risk of conflict. This is the Thucydides trap, but this is not yet about a proxy war. Um, hmm, let's see. Okay, I guess it's like comparing it to the Peloponnesian War, which began as a foreign civil war in like proxy. Okay. Could a Sino-US proxy war intensify into a larger conflict or even an interstate war, like in ancient Greece? The barriers to interstate war between the United States and China will likely prevent a proxy conflict from escalating to a full-blown conventional showdown. Like, I just highlight this, send it, call it a day, GG. Honestly, evidence challenge on this line. Like, I don't know. Most foreign civil wars do not threaten the core interests of great powers. Indirect intervention is often deniable. Um, Nevertheless, okay, could potentially escalate in unexpected ways. Fair enough. It is correlated with a higher chance. Um, so maybe I wouldn't evidence challenge. Maybe I'm a little bit trigger happy here. Let's see. Ignorance could also spur unanticipated escalation. Fair enough. China and the United States may end up stumbling in the fog of proxy war. This uncertainty can encourage a rival patron to engage in worst case scenario thinking and misperceive and perhaps overreact to the adversary's involvement. Um, sure. Surrogates, but all the examples it gives are not full-blown wars, right? Like Russia responded by suspending deconfliction protocols, but it didn't cause war. Obama administration struggled to convince the Shia-dominated Nouri al-Maliki government in Iraq to reach out to Iraqi Sunnis, worsening the Iraqi civil war. The local regime's dependence on the United States does not translate into U.S. control. Okay. Similar events in a Sino-US proxy war could spur a retaliatory response, particularly given loss aversion, cultural ignorance, and the fog of proxy war. Could also deepen the interstate conflict itself. External support tends to exacerbate civil wars, spilled across borders. Makes sense. And yet, any future military rivalry between China and America is likely to take the form of proxy war because of system-wide dynamics that inhibit interstate war. Um, the battlefield is more likely to be in Venezuela, Iran, North Korea, and Myanmar than the South China Sea. This is cool weighing if like the Well, I guess this is an AF. I was going to say if the AF goes for the South China Sea scenario, but also this might be a bunch of alt causes. Um, significant danger, psychological dynamics, spiral into a larger conflict. Okay, I feel like this card is slightly better for impact defense than impacting, to be completely honest. Um, although of course you cannot like ever eliminate the potential for war, but you can limit it, and that's what the card does. The draw-in causes extinction. Sure, sure, sure. Okay, C2 backlash. This is an interesting contention. It says China's focus is on the Arctic. Sure, it has increasing attention. It's working with Russia. Cool. Resources are the cause. Primary reasons for interest in the Arctic is hotspot of energy and mineral, resource development in partnership with Russia. China National Petroleum Corporation, Silk Road Fund, invested billions in the Yamal LNG and Arctic LNG 2 projects, led by Russia's Novatek. So this seems like it's not Chinese extraction, although it does say China explores opportunities in rare earth minerals, fishing, and Arctic tourism, which might be. It might be its, right? Um, interesting. Interesting. Okay. I suspect that most of its operations are just through Russia, though, which would then mean that they don't get stopped. Fish specifically, James and Bodk25. As receding ice opens new waters, overfishing, particularly by Chinese fleets, poses significant ecological, economic, and security threats. That makes sense. I think that's true. Probably a lot of other fleets as well, but China's probably one of the biggest. Targeting fish stocks crucial to ecosystems throughout to Arctic biodiversity, expanding presence in fisheries. China leverages its regional governance. That collapses biodiversity. In Arctic, entire food chains rest on selected species like seals, polar bears, seabirds, larger fish, and other marine mammals. Must compete for Arctic cod. So this is the keystone species here that holds enormous commercial potential. Halibut, shrimp, scallops, blah, blah, blah. Overfishing of these species could deprive Arctic of its food staples, resulting in broader decline or collapse. Moreover, as climate change heats the ocean, the range of several fish stocks in places like the Bering Sea will likely extend northward, forcing fisheries to also migrate toward the Arctic. Interesting. Interesting, interesting. Yeah, I guess intuitive responses here is like China does illegal fishing through private actors. Russia does the fishing on behalf of China and then sells the fish to China. Other actors do fishing on behalf of China, not on behalf. Like other actors do fishing, they then sell fish. Those fish eventually get to the Chinese market, or it happens through like a shuffling effect. So like China buys more fish from X source. That means other people buy less fish from X source. So those other people have to buy more fish from Arctic, means more fish fished in the Arctic, even if China's not the one doing it. Either way, still get a relatively similar amount of fish in the Arctic because demand is similar on either side. And there's not necessarily anything unique about Chinese fishing boats. Extinction. Interactions between species are important, blah, 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 blah. I also think there's a million other alt causes like climate change itself for biodiversity reductions in the Arctic. IUU is a unique vector for conflict and kills co-op. Isn't this illegal fishing? So again, this goes back to the same thing I was talking about with Taipei, which is like there are two interpretations of this. Either this is fishing that is illegal because it is breaking an international law, or it is illegal because it is breaking all of the laws, including domestic laws, right? So if it's the second, then it is entirely private and it's outside of the PRC's control. But if it's the first, then maybe there is a case for a link. But even if it is the first, like the second could fill in for it, right? Okay, let's see. China is the worst offender. China is the predominant distant water fishing actor, both globally and the region is the worst offender for IUU fishing. IUU fishing by Chinese vessels, and to a lesser degree those of other states, primarily take the form of illegal transshipment of catch. Transshipment vessels are large refrigerated motor ships which operate under flags of convenience and through which smaller vessels offload their catch to be shipped into port. Oh, this is interesting. So they're not even doing the fishing. If this is the primary way that they operate, then the vessels from China are not doing the fishing. Wait, unless the smaller vessels are also Chinese, I don't know. Maybe they are. Um, that's interesting though. That would probably continue without the smaller vessels. I don't know. China has not been proactive in enforcing its flag state obligations. Wait, yeah, right. It has not been proactive in enforcing its rules against the private fishermen who go out and break those rules. Um, so China should get its own house into order, right? This language very clearly implies to me that this is not the PRC acting and doing fishing, so it's not its extraction. This is instead private Chinese fishermen going and doing this, and the PRC is just being unwilling to crack down on that. But then it wouldn't be its, so it wouldn't crack down on it under the AF either, so there's no link to the topic. Catastrophe. Xenofontov 25. Weapons of mass destruction, blah, 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 blah. Attempts by terrorists to acquire them, 34%. Single act. Wait, what? Wait, what? What is this link to? Didn't we just do. Wait, vector for conflict? I didn't see vector for conflict. Oh, terrorist organization used IUU fishermen. Wait, what? But like, this is a different organization. This isn't the Sri Lankan Civil War. So like, they can't just conflate any IUU fishing means terrorists get more profits. If anything, I would say if there's some sort of a trade-off between fishing, then like if China's illegal fishing goes away, then terrorist fishing is likely to fill its place. But there's no evidence that Chinese illegal fishing is like funding terrorists. So I think this evidence is way too generic. And then this just say terrorism leads to war, or leads to like extinction, I suppose, through like nuclear terrorism. Okay, Arctic IUU uniquely escalates. High level of military exercise activity in the North Atlantic means accidents involving fishers, both legitimate and illegal, is real. Okay, so unintentional escalation because there are fishermen there. But there will be fishermen there either way, maybe fewer though. But this seems like it's very much, well, Chinese and Russian naval vessels engaged in some form of military operations. That seems like an alt cause, right? If China is engaging in military operations there, probably has non-unique incentives to do this either way, because it wants to develop the Polar Silk Road, which is more related to developing a trade route through the Arctic that would circumvent a lot of other more expensive and longer trade routes. That's not abstraction, right? So they have non-unique incentives to be involved in the region economically and militarily, meaning this stuff is largely non-unique and won't be solved. Bering Sea plays a role in posturing. I don't know if this says uniquely. Like what? Yeah, it doesn't say uniquely. It just says it also escalates. China coerces allies. Okay. China and Norway have agreed to uphold multilateralism and free trade, maintain close exchanges, stable partner for China and Europe. Norway maintains a zero tariff policy on electric vehicles, keeps its market fully open. What? There's no coercion in this evidence. This just seems like it's a very nice win-win relationship between Norway and China, which, if anything, you could implicate to reduce conflict, right? Like Norway would step in for China to do diplomacy with the rest of Europe and the US to ensure that nothing spirals out of control. That seems good. It has massive incentives to do that because it's in the Arctic. That's bad. Okay, China gains. China and Russia will continue to make gains in polar regions with or without extraction, by the way. Lots of other reasons why they would do this. Um, Leading neighboring polar states to rebalance their military postures and alliances to keep pace. Well, no, that's not true if they're all friends with China, right? If all of these other neighboring powers are friends with China, then China's presence uniquely reduces the probability that other states will have to like go to arms races. That would only happen if it was only Russia, which would be a link turn to this, right? I feel like China and Russia means that they have more friends. There's less of a chance for conflict and escalation. But if it's only Russia, because China pulls out, then it's more likely to be conflictual and more likely to be escalation. I don't know. Maybe I'm seeing things. China denies resources. This is the part of the argument that's really interesting. I'm assuming the argument here is if China can't extract resources itself, then it's like if I can't have it, nobody can, right? Then I'm going to go and I'm going to make sure that nobody else, including like the US, for instance, can ever get these resources. And maybe I'll do that violently. But this evidence, I don't know, really says that. I don't know. Maybe that's not what the argument is, but that seems like an interesting argument if it is. China has restrictions, has expanded its export controls on rare earth mineral exports. The strictest rare earth and permanent magnet export controls to date, undercutting US efforts to bolster its industrial base. What? Confused. I am confused. Is the argument here that if the more China extracts, like the less resources other people get, I suppose? But that's not necessarily true. Like the reason they're doing this is mostly because they have more rare earth elements at home than they know what to do with, and they don't want to export too many, else it will collapse their prices because they would be exporting more than there really is demand for. Um, but this is confusing. I don't really know how this is related to the rest of the Arctic stuff, for instance. And it's probably not something that they do like, wait, this is a pro, right? So they're saying that if China has fewer resources, then it has less of an ability to deny resources to other people, um, which I suppose makes sense. But there would have to be some solvency, right? They would have to, do they have a card? No, they don't have any cards that say like others will be able to fill in, right? If you just say that others can't fill in, then effectively China will have to deny them resources if it doesn't get the resources, right? Um, but I don't know, especially for rare earth elements, right? Again, the processing stuff applies here. Okay, China aids Russian hybrid attacks. Jacobson, 25. Probably just they have non-unique incentives to do this. I don't really understand why they would only do this because of extraction. Um, there's like massive reasons why they have incentives to distract the West from Taiwan, see how the West reacts to different things, just help Russia because they're economically interconnected, and because they want to be buddies with Russia for the polar Silk Road either way, which is not related to extraction. So a million alt causes for why they would do this. It's not related to extraction. Dual use vessels are prompting conflict. Al Jazeera 24. China regularly deploying vessels equipped with dual use military research capabilities. Wait a second. Military and research. That is the duality of the use. It could be military or it could be research. In either case, these happen either way, right? If the vessels are actually for research, well, that's not extraction. They do a lot of research to collect data about climate, for instance, um, and lots of other things. If it is primarily for military, well, then it's also not related to extraction. And again, if they're like, oh, but the reason that they are invested in the region in the first place is economic, you could be like, yes, it's trade. It's primarily trade. It's going to be invested in the region economically no matter what because the region is melting and they want to make sure that they can get that trade route so that they can sell things over the Arctic, which is a better trade route than other things. Okay. Increased military presence creates risk and conflicts. Sure. Yeah, but again, if anything, maybe you would say that they like replace the fishing vessels with military vessels or something. Maybe that's not true. But like I'm sure you could find turns to this somehow. They escalate. Ostagen, 23. Minor disputes over sovereignty rights at sea and mishaps during Arctic operations can escalate into an outright conflict between Russia and NATO members. Yes, between Russia and NATO members, which is not solved. Russia, if anything, again, Russia would do this more if China's not there. And NATO members would continue doing this, and there wouldn't be as many friends between the Sino-Russian alliance and NATO members. So I feel like this is just entirely unrelated to the link because it's not about China. Guarantees US lash out. As China's influence increases, Washington makes every effort to assert its global dominance by deterring China's challenge to its hegemony. Is this a spike? This seems like a spike. So it's like China hedge uniquely drives US lash out, which means China not there means the US less likely to lash out there. Interesting. But again, lots of alt causes, BRI, AIIB made in China 2015, lots of other reasons why China will have this kind of economic, technological, military, and political rise either way. The USA will try to contain it in order to maintain its global hegemony. Interesting. Similar type of conflict between the two hegemonic powers is likely to occur in the future, even if the current trade war is over. Oh, it's not talking about military conflict. It's talking about trade conflict or other kinds of conflict, like trade wars. And it just says it's likely in the future. I still don't think that you solve if you reduce its extraction. Just any other ingredient of the military, economic, political hegemony domination is going to trigger this anyway. And any other comparative you make for why China still gets the resources and therefore still economically profits from them means that this threat exists either way. So the spike doesn't really work. Drawn is guaranteed. Military conflict guaranteed. Whoa, that seems like an exaggeration. Military conflict in the Arctic would not be confined to the region and would prove catastrophic for both sides. Sure, all of the Arctic stakeholders have an obvious interest in avoiding such an outcome. Okay, this seems like it's good defense against the impact. Okay, goes nuclear. Let's see, Hemming 23. Russia's threat of nuclear weapons against the US indicates that future regional disputes over the Arctic may give rise to nuclear crises. Yeah, that makes sense. Could. may give rise. But again, not about China. Extinction, sure. Okay. It's an interesting contention. A lot of spikes inside of it, but kind of a lot of the same things we've already seen in other contentions, just maybe a bit more unique to the Arctic, which I perceive as a weakness, to be honest. All right, this is the other version of the app that Langley read. Contention one is about steel. It says that they're very reliant on international resource extraction for steel. The thesis of this argument is like military readiness, I guess. So it's just Taiwan is gonna get invaded if China's military is good. China's military is only good if they keep getting steel. They keep getting steel only if they keep getting iron. They keep getting iron only if they keep doing international extraction. And so if you vote pro, you reduce the chances that they invade Taiwan. Pretty straightforward. Problem is none of the evidence really says this. The first and worst offender is this card from SMM23. Like all of this stuff just says that they don't get the majority of their iron from their own overseas projects. Like it says Chinese equity accounted for 9.6 million with an M megatons of new overseas iron ore projects. But China needs about 1.4 billion with a B megatons of iron ore every year, of which more than 1 billion rely on imports, clear evidence of overdependence on foreign supplies. So this means that like wait, what is this? The monopoly of foreign mines means that China has had little say in iron ore pricing for a prolonged period of time. So clearly this imports is not like imports as defined as Chinese projects abroad because it says China has had little say in iron ore pricing because of the monopoly of foreign mines, which means China is not the one that is doing the majority of the iron extraction. So it's not its extraction. So even if this puny, like 1% of what they need is from their own invested capacity in other projects, which, by the way, is not all owned and operated by China anyway. So a lot of that is not its anyway. It's dwarfed by the 1 billion every year that it gets from imports. So, like, clearly, imports fill in is fine and it works. They're too dependent on imports, which is true, but like, they would still be dependent on imports either way because the extraction that they're doing is a teeny tiny drop in the bucket. So I don't really see much of a link on this argument. And iron ore is key to the steel industry. That's true. Um, but steel also seems good. Like I think on the con they read the same argument. They read the same two pieces of evidence at the top, and they say steel is important for China's green tech. So you could read that as kind of an impact turn here. AF would kill China's military readiness because of the steel industry's military importance, which would be killed by a lack of iron ore. Steel is used in lots of different weapons. That's key, as China is on the trajectory to invade Taiwan by 2027. Um, interesting. How would I respond to this? I would say, um, oh yeah, you can use the link term we talked about earlier, which is like, well, maybe not. Maybe it doesn't apply with iron. I was going to say like China reduces its exports of minerals to the US, which means the US has a worse military, which accelerates the timeline. But I'm not sure that's true. Either way, I think like a lot of the reason why 2027 is the year that people cite is because of US military decline. Like a lot of the submarines are being phased out, which would happen with or without an extra rise of China. Like I feel like China already has the capabilities. It just needs to wait for the US to decline a bit. But also you just read all of your no Taiwan invasion in the SQUO evidence, which is quite good. Just go back to like my videos on the Taiwan topic, and there's some good stuff there. Contingent two is backlash. We've already talked about this. It's a lot of Arctic stuff, a lot of interesting spikes and things that I think don't really have links because a lot of it is about Russia and a lot of it is about other interests that China has in the Arctic that are completely unrelated to its extraction. All right, mining in Tibet is catastrophic. So contingent three is ecocide. Pathak 25. So I think this is bait. I think they are waiting for you to say T international and say Tibet is inside of China. And then they'll be like, that's a voter. Like you said, Tibet is rightfully owned by China. I think it's still possible to make this response without linking into the IBI. You could make a response that's like international is based on like UN legal recognition. And while we think that Tibet should be international, and we think it rightfully is international, the international legal community does not define it as international. So the resolution, therefore, does not define it as international. Um, and that's how like politicians and people who are making policies talk about this. And so that's what's like most educational for us to do or something. I don't know. There's probably a way around this, but this is like clearly not international. Okay, mining is set to skyrocket. India measured toxins. Yeah, so it's just like there's pollution and stuff. The smart thing about this is that it probably means no fill in, because it is within China's like internationally recognized borders, which means like it's not going to let anyone else fill in. The problem with the argument though is I just don't think like I don't think that extraction is the primary reason why China is like abusing the Tibetans. And I don't think it's going to solve. So this says it's genocide through uranium mining, nuclear research and design, and subsequent nuclear dumping. Wait, this is totally not solved, right? Uranium mining, nuclear research and design, totally not changed, and subsequent nuclear dumping, totally not changed. Like they get uranium from other places inside of their borders. They have lots of uranium deposits. We've talked about that before. Or they just import them from Kazakhstan. And then they invest in nuclear research and design and dump the nuclear waste in Tibet. It is transformed because of that into an ecologically balanced, from an ecologically balanced and independent area to an area that is so environmentally degraded that water that flows through it has affected surrounding communities. It has used it for nuclear production and dumping constitutes genocide. But that's going to happen either way. Absolutely, that happens either way. It just puts all of its nuclear plants there and all of the waste there that it generates from the other nuclear plants that it has in other parts of the country. So I don't think this is going to be solved. Yeah, if it's intentionally exposing them to degraded nuclear waste, like it's gonna do that either way. Okay, Tibetan biodiversity is existential. Again, we already said this happens either way, but few places are as important as the Tibetan Plateau. Biggest ice field outside of the Arctic. Interesting. Tibet plays a role in the Asian monsoon system, biodiversity hotspots. Conserving the environment requires better things. I feel like there's an argument here that like this means that China has incentives to preserve the environment. Like obviously you have to get through the uniqueness that they are not currently doing that, but perhaps this creates some reasons for China to protect it in some way. I don't know. Genocide comes first. It's underrepresented in erodes UN authority. Sure, makes sense. You could probably link into genocide in a lot of other ways on the other side. But again, I don't think they solved genocide. So, and regional instability goes nuclear. Player 20. Water shortages lead to social disruptions. Water shortages, and government failures to manage them. Why is that related to extraction? Interstate conflict over water. Several states rely on a shared river system for their water supply, and one or more seek to maximize the river's flow for their own benefit, amplifying any scarcities already present there. That seems domestic because it's upriver. It's literally upstream, right? Like the river, maybe it starts in the Tibetan Plateau though. For the NRC, the river systems of the greatest concern in their respective were those that originate in the Himalayan mountains. So yeah, it does originate there. Glaciers are an important source of meltwater for many of Asia's major rivers. This is just like a spillover thing. It spills over to India and Pakistan. The problem is though, oh, I understand. They test nuclear, or that they dump nuclear waste in Tibet. The nuclear waste leaks into rivers. Those rivers flow into India and Pakistan, etc. Those cause conflict. But again, they do this either way. Unless they have a hidden link that's like they don't have the ability to do nuclear dumping because they don't have any more uranium. But again, they get it domestically and from imports, so they do. Um, okay, interesting. Extinction, deadly poisons carried by the wind. Oh, this is nuclear war. I see. Okay, yeah, interesting contention for sure. I think it's pretty cool, to be honest. I think it's pretty unique, but I don't think there is very much of a link. I was curious about the steel link, so I did a little bit of Googling. Seems like China does have a lot of iron ore inside its borders. It's like 16 billion metric tons. Obviously, and I was wrong. It's not megatons. MT is metric tons, which makes more sense. This clearly is like not enough, I think. If they're using or they're importing like 1.4 billion per year, or they're using 1.4 billion per year, I think. And it seems like for some reason their domestic industry is not just not keeping up. But it is notable that like they do have 16 billion in their own country. So I don't think that like overnight they would like lose all of their arsenals or lose all of their green tech or something, which is what we're going to go to on the con. It's also notable that the steel consumption, so steel is like lighter, so it's going to be lower. The steel consumption that they have every year is about 900 million tons each year, but it's going down actually. Like weak property markets, economic shifts are reducing demand. This says steel consumption in China is on a downward trajectory. That's notable because the recycling of steel is increasing in a trajectory. They have a target to reach like 300 million tons of scrap use by 2030, which would be a pretty sizable portion of the total that they need. And so maybe that would accelerate if they can't get as much iron from other places, which is pretty interesting. So yeah, pretty interesting stuff that might also help you with other responses to this link. All right, this is the Langley neg. There are two versions again. This one is like I'm kind of doing them in a weird order. This one includes a North Korea argument as C2 that I think they only read once, but then I'll go to the other one that they read all the time. In both of these, they've collapsed mostly on their third contention about space, or it moves around which order it's in. And so I'll focus a little bit mainly on that because it's an interesting space con. We've seen like a space pro from Strake. And I'll focus first on their first contention. So this is steel again. We've already talked about the link evidence. Clearly, it's mostly about imports. They say otherwise green transition fails. One thing I wanted to note that I thought about both the Arsenals link on the Pro and also this green transition link here is it seems like steel is used for tons of different things. Most notably, we saw in my Googling, it's used in like the property sector, for example. And a lot of these things I would imagine would be more likely to be cut if there is a shortage of steel than like arsenals that it needs to invade Taiwan or like green transitions, maybe a little bit less so. But green transitions seem more necessary for it than the property sector that is already on like a substantial decline because of overcapacity. And so probably it is, even if they don't have enough steel, because they lose some of it, this does not necessarily mean that either their arsenals get cut or that their green transition fails. It means that probably like the property sector or other things are first to go. Cool. So they say Europe wavers without Chinese hardware. The world will not meet its climate goals. 22 million tons of steel went to wind and solar. 22 million tons of steel in 1 year? Bro, don't they use 1.4 billion? Like, I don't, they clearly have enough for this no matter what. I feel like it's probably not going to be cut, right? Like, they cut like a billion more tons of steel from other things before they cut the 22 million that go to wind and solar. China accounts for 90% of global capacity, installs more panels than the rest of the world combined. This also means, by the way, that the bar for like fill-in for anyone giving China the steel is so low. Like China only needs 22 million tons. Like, I don't know. Hold on. I'm gonna find countries that could give China 22 million tons of steel, right? Like, look at this. I know it's not one to one because iron and steel are not the same. And so, like, steel is lighter. So, 22 million tons of steel is probably more than 22 million tons of iron, but it's probably pretty close. Look at this. Like, China gets tens of millions of tons of iron monthly with annual figures exceeding 700 million tons from just Australia. Brazil could do it. They give them 300 million tons per year. South Africa gives them over 33 million tons per year. Peru even gives them 22 million tons of iron in 1 year. It's like clearly, I don't know. Like there's a million countries that could just export enough to make up all of the steel that they need for solar panels and like wind farms, for instance. Okay, moving on. So China accounts for a lot of it. The rest of the world is dependent on China. True. Domestically too, China is a global leader. Okay, yeah. They need steel production. They can achieve near zero carbon emissions in steel production. Wait, what? This this seems totally independent, right? Like this is when they are producing steel, they might not produce that many emissions. This is not like producing steel means that they decrease other emissions and they can achieve net zero. Like I feel like the in here is quite important. So I'm not sure how relevant this is. China is unique. Trump's second term has okay, yeah. So US is not doing anything, but that doesn't mean China is the only one. Like China is probably unique. Don't get me wrong. I just don't think this is the best evidence for that. Um, but also like China being unique might be for reasons that are not unique. Like perhaps one of the reasons that China is unique is because it does so much extraction of things that help it make green tech, which means if other countries did the extraction of those things that would help them make green tech instead, then China would no longer be unique after you vote pro. Extinction. Okay. Climate change is bad. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, yeah, I think that I've said my part on the steel contingent. C2, NOCO. The economy is stable now. GDP grew by 3%. I don't know that that implies that it's stable. Again, this was following 3 years of economic decline, so like maybe this still implies it's somewhat volatile. This evidence is from, well, I guess this is from 2025, but it could definitely go back down. I think there's definitely room for more growth. North Korea is reliant on Chinese oil exports. Definitely true. 90% come from China. Um, but okay, AFDEX oil, A, you get the climate turns, right? But B, Chinese oil corporations have started going global, but that doesn't mean that they're primarily global, right? Let's see, it says the total from their major companies overseas was 167 million tons of oil equivalent. So let me just go on Google and find how much they make domestically. Okay, wow. I think I was kind of wrong. It says for oil, they domestically produce about 215 million tons per year. And for natural gas, it's a similar number, just in different figure, different, units. So I guess it's actually quite a lot that they produce internationally, or that they at least import internationally. It says that they hold equity in those companies. That doesn't always mean that they have control, because a lot of the time it's minority stakes. But still, pretty impressive. So this is maybe like a pretty big deal. I did, however, check how much North Korea actually imports from China. It's about 67,000 tons per year, which is not a lot. They're tightly restricted by UN sanctions. Like this is less than 0.1% of China's total production, if you like do the math. However, it does say China often exceeds this by sending significant crude oil and undeclared product, about 500,000 tons per year, which is a lot more, still dwarfed by the fact that they make like 500 million tons per year from domestic and international combined, and they import a bunch of others. Like, how much does China import? Let's see. China imports, hello, hello. Can I please type? No. Okay, yeah. I mean, China also imports like almost like rounding up to 600 million tons of oil per year, and it's increasing. So I don't know. I think China's got enough to send to North Korea. The problem here is you have to prove that like they would still send to North Korea, but I think the incentive exists, right? Like China doesn't want an unstable regime on its border. They have a lot of incentives to be an ally. This is proven by the fact, by the way, that like despite international sanctions and scrutiny, China has stuck it out as an ally of North Korea. I don't think that's what's going to be cut first if they reduce oil. Um, so I think that even if you dip very heavily into China's supplies of oil, I don't think the first thing that gets cut is oil to North Korea. I think instead they find other energy alternatives to rely on more and they just import more, right? Which probably solves. So that's my 2 cents, especially because North Korea pays them a lot to do this. Also, if they do respond to this too much, it might also be bad for them. The double bind is like this. Either China has such great incentives to invest to like send oil to North Korea that even if they have substantially less, they will still send some of that oil to North Korea because they don't send that much. So they'll like they won't cut the oil that is sent to North Korea. They'll cut other oil to other sources first. They export oil, I think, to other countries as well that are probably less important to them as allies than North Korea. Or second, if the con here is like if they have a strong enough response to this that says China absolutely does not want to export oil to North Korea. Like if even a little bit of pressure is on China's oil, then they will stop exporting to North Korea. They'll focus inward. Then that would probably leave them open to a lot of non-uniques. Like A, just inevitably sometime in the future, oil is going to decline. Like that's just true. We're going to run out of oil. And China's already making the green transition. B, like Trump just took Venezuela, right? So that already takes away a lot of the oil that was going to China through imports. So that should have already triggered. Or C, just like any other time in the past where China has had less oil, it's gone up and down, should have also triggered a reduction in oil to North Korea, but it never seems to have had that effect. So North Korea seems geopolitically insulated from oil in other places. Okay, DoD 25 confirms Beijing will most likely continue to rely on oil and natural gas imports from Africa and the Middle East to meet energy demand for at least the next 10 years. So I guess our response here is confirmed by their own evidence. Collapse. If China cuts off supply, North Korea would not survive for 3 months, and everything in North Korea would be, powerless. North Korea has virtually no domestic oil production. That makes sense. and like no one else is going to give oil to North Korea. So this internal link, I think, is actually good. I think this is true. Decline Dex regime security and causes nuclear escalation against South Korea. Bennett 21. Unification of Korea is the ultimate goal. Okay, because the failures in the regime unification celebrated as securing regime survival, used to coerce the United States into providing economic benefits. The North could also sell or proliferate nukes. I feel like it might be the opposite, though. I don't know. You would need evidence for this, but I feel like there's room to make a response that says something like, if North Korea's economy is worse, they will like give into sanctions more, which will cause them to stop using ICBMs, so that they get more money and more imports from other sources other than just China, which means that this might actually be good. Maybe they become more peaceful. Doctrine proves it's probable and fast. So obviously, we would need to answer these cards to make that response. North Korean law requires military to automatically execute nuclear strikes. Okay. New law would launch immediate nuclear strikes on the US and South Korea. Okay. If they ever attempt to decapitate Pyongyang's leadership. Yeah, I mean, read the small text, right? Bit mistagged, no. Okay. Extinction. Yeah, sure. So this is the contention they really usually go for, is this space contention. The thesis, as far as I'm aware, is that China is developing a lot of technology, that will help us do space colonization, get off the rock. You know, the rock is doomed. We're doomed if we stay on Earth, so we got to go to like Mars or something. Um, and the only way to do that is with new technology that China is making that relies on minerals. There's maybe two ways to get to this argument. Like one is like China only is able to make this technology with minerals that it mines in other countries. Or two is that China only has an incentive to make this technology if it is trying to mine in space. Either of which I think we could have pretty easy responses to. I think this version is the first of those links, though. So innovations now, sure. So 2025 revealed asteroid defense systems and building infrastructure and all sorts of cool stuff. Makes sense. China leads this. Wait, is this not about China? This is China. Okay. This is all about China. So China is leading this. It has a plan to surpass the US to get to Mars by 2031 before NASA. And it's necessary. There's a clear difference between China's ambitions and others. They're aiming for, while other countries are aiming for lunar landings, China is the only country with a long-term vision of space settlement and utilization. Interesting. And it's the only one that's invested serious money in future space technologies like space-based solar power that will help power such a lunar base. No long-standing US government policy makes sense. I'm assuming the next part is the link, which is going to be like they don't have minerals. Effort is stalled. NASA's less optimistic, so US doesn't fill in. China's tech is key. A powerful new plasma engine has just been unveiled by Chinese engineers. It is expected to propel China ahead of the United States in the race to develop plasma technology for Mars and other deep space missions. The new engine is great. Great. It's capable of taking a ship to Mars in less than 2 months. While plasma engines have less thrust than traditional aircraft engines, their specific impulse, or how efficiently the engine generates thrust, is higher. So it's more efficient. It makes them more suitable for longer trips that take like years and years. But Trump is cutting the space agency's budget, so China is really the only one who's doing this. Okay, PPRs. This is apparently what they leverage a lot, is this pulsed plasma rocket, which is this engine that like relies on plasma that has really good efficiency. It solves impulse and cosmic rays. So the argument is like, if you don't have the plasma engine, you can't do it. You can't get to space in other ways, because the other ones don't have enough efficiency or the impulse. And also they can't guard against galactic cosmic rays because you need the plasma engine to transport a heavier spacecraft. But like you can't have other engines transport it because it's too heavy. And it's heavy because it has shields against cosmic rays, is my interpretation, which would reduce crew exposure to negligible levels. I'm not sure how important cosmic rays are, but this reduces their exposure. So great. So plasma engines only produced by China are great. Unclear that like it's true that they're currently only produced by China. I'm kind of confused why they only will be produced by China into the future. Like I know they have spikes against the US or whatever. Those are temporary spikes, by the way. But also like other countries are developing space tech as well. And even if they take like 10 years to catch up to China, like we're talking about cosmic time frames, right? Of like how much do you think the trip to like a habitable planet takes? Like this is a hundreds of years thing. before we even probably put the plasma like engines on any rockets or make the rockets for them. So this is like a very, very long way away time frame, which means that I don't know. I think that this implies that there will be a lot of time for other countries to also catch up to China and make their own plasma engines. Copper is essential. So here's the link, right? Copper is indispensable to spacecraft because it's got great conductivity. With unmatched conductivity and superior thermal performance, copper remains central. They need advanced copper alloys. Problem for this is like how much copper does one plasma engine use? Like yeah, probably a lot compared to other engines, but probably not that much compared to like all of the copper that exists in the world. Probably not that much compared to like all of the copper that China uses for anything. I feel like if copper is so important and plasma engines are all the rage in China, like they don't cost that much copper. Like what's a good analogy here? It'd be like if I was like, I can't come up with a good analogy right now. The point is like this is a teeny tiny drop in the bucket. This is realistically not the thing that is going to lose out. Oh, here's an analogy. Like if I suddenly like lost 50% of my income, I probably am not cutting like I don't know, like my spending on my computer or something. I'm not cutting like the amount that I pay for GeoGuessr, which is like $2 per month. Like it's the same with copper. Like there's the equivalent. Like copper is such a teeny tiny percent, and if China likes it, it uses these, or rather, for copper, the plasma engines are only 2%, or only like a teeny tiny percent of the copper that is used by China in total. So even if you cut China's copper entirely, like I don't think it's going to get rid of its plasma engines or its innovations in those. The app would be devastating. Jang 20. High performance copper alloys are still imported. Yeah, imported. Wait, again, imported. So that solves high tech fields. Domestic copper alloy material are low. Industrial concentration weak. They cannot support high technologies. The response that they're going to make is that, like, no, imports includes Chinese extraction as well, which is true. I think a lot of sources put the two together. So I want to go Google some sources, just some examples to put this in perspective and prove to you guys that actually they do import a much higher level of copper than they do from their own extraction. And remember, even if that wasn't true, they still could, right? The possibility exists for them to transition to imports of copper on either side. So I did a little bit of Googling about copper with somewhat mixed results, but the one theme is that like China definitely imports a whole lot more copper from lots of different countries compared to the copper that is produced by its own mines in those countries. So this evidence here is about copper and cobalt. It identifies sort of the five by far biggest mines for copper, for example, that China owns and operates in or has invested in across Peru and the Democratic Republic of the Congo, which are their two biggest, like by far biggest copper suppliers. So it's two mines in Peru that make up like 75% of China's total state lending to Peru in total are just to these two copper mines, Las Bambas and Toromocho. So let's start with that. What I looked up is how much each one produces. So Las Bambas produces 360,000 to 400,000 tons of copper in each year. Sure. Toromocho, a little bit less, 200,000 or so annually, maybe 300,000 on a good day. So combine these two on a good day, it's like 700,000. We could even give it a million. Let's say that Chinese mines for copper in Peru, maybe there's like one or two others that are like a little bit more minor. They produce around a million in total tons. And not all of those go to China. A majority maybe does, but a lot of them get exported to other countries as well. How much does China import in copper in tons from Peru each year? It is about 7 million metric tons. So 7 times more than our generous estimate of how much its own mines in Peru produce. And again, even that generous estimate, a lot of that is going to other countries, is being exported to other countries other than China as well. This means that clearly China can switch to imports. Clearly, imports does not primarily mean its own extraction of copper, even in the countries where it does by far the most extraction of copper. Let's go to the other one. So the other one is the DRC mines. There are three that are identified that are like the lion's share of the copper and cobalt in the DRC that China gets. So I looked at each one. So this one is about 450,000. tons of copper, which is huge. This is pretty major. It followed a recent major expansion. The other ones are pretty lame. Like Kinsenda is like 30,000 metric tons, so a little bit smaller. And then Sicomines is like 200,000. So add all of these together, you know what? That's like 700,000 or so, if we're being generous, metric tons. And this is a bit closer. So this evidence says that China supplies like 1.4 million or 1.5 million metric tons of Congo. That's refined copper, though, to be clear. There's a lot of other things like the ores and the concentrates itself that's important to talk about as well. And so, yeah, I think that that is, but the numbers on the Congo are kind of confusing to me. Like China's total refined copper imports rose to 4 million. And again, this is refined copper, and that's from every source. It says that domestic production grew to 620,000 tons. I'm not sure if this is domestic in the DRC or in China. It might actually be in China, which would still outpace. Um, no, I think this is Congo. Yeah, so to 650,000 tons from CMOC, which is different numbers from what I was getting from the others. So the Congo story is a bit weirder. I'm not really sure. Maybe it is true that most of the copper that China gets from the Congo comes from its own mines. Um, this says that China has like a total of like 5 million tons of imports of like all unwrought copper, which is like the unprocessed stuff. But it also says like the concentrate and ore imports hit like a 30 million tons number. So again, the stuff is a little bit confusing because there's a lot of different categories of copper. For instance, they don't import almost any of the ore from the DRC. It's like 100,000 per year or so. Um, and it's also notable that a lot of the like copper that is mined from their major mines, like Tenke Fungurume, sorry for butchering that, go to other places like the US and Europe and other places, South Africa, Tanzania, etc. Because a lot of that gets processed in the DRC and then the DRC sells it to other countries, which is, you know, interesting. And Las Bambas mostly goes to China, but it's more of a different story with the DRC, I would say. So a bit of a mixed story. I think the Peru example is maybe the best one because like a sevenfold difference between the amount that you actually import from Peru and the amount that you mine in Peru is huge. This is also significant because I'm pretty sure Las Bambas is like the number one Chinese copper mine abroad. And so it makes a big difference, I think, that this is that we're looking at Peru specifically. Um, but yeah, I think that clearly like imports are possible and fill it is totally possible. This is also really, really important. The next card they say is that like China still relies on imports of high performance copper alloys. Two massive problems with this. One, those are high performance alloys, right? Which means that if they rely on imports of the alloys, it's not the imports of the ore. It means that their reliance stems from the fact that they don't have domestic processing capability to make those high performance alloys out of the copper ore. So even if they got all of the copper ore, they wouldn't be able to turn it themselves into the high performance alloys because they don't have the technology to do that or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what the problem is. And this also, number two, they get most of those from like the United States, Japan, and European nations through imports, not at all through their own copper extraction anywhere in the world. So I think that's quite a significant deficit in the link. So yeah, here's where it says the F would be devastating, yet it's not talking about affirming at all. High performance copper alloys are still imported for use in domestic aerospace, electronic information, etc., and many other high-tech fields. Domestic copper alloy material manufacturers are abundant. However, they are low in industrial concentration, weak in product competitiveness, and meager in industry profits. This is the important part, right? It's the alloy manufacturers. It is not the extractors. So the problem in China is not that they don't have enough copper. It's that they don't have enough companies that are profitably making it into the alloys that they need. And so they have to import those alloys from other countries. So it is not at all about the extraction, which is very, very important. There's no link on this argument. No alternatives. Kang 23. Plants are struggling in aging mines, underinvested during the pandemic, so they're purchasing more from abroad. Yeah, they're purchasing more from abroad. Like, hello? But also, like, the link is just not about raw copper, so this doesn't really matter. China would retaliate. Zhang '05. US seeks to neutralize China's nuclear deterrent. Space programs, that's at least their view. Okay. Space programs could be turned into weapons. US control threaten China. If this effort fails, if China perceives its legitimate security concerns are ignored, China would very likely develop other responses to neutralize the perceived threat and build more ICBMs. I don't really understand what the argument is here. China would retaliate to what? Also very old evidence, but to what? Um, if the US neutralizes its nuclear deterrent in space, but like, what's the link? I'm confused. I'm confused how we're even getting here. This seems like an unrelated card. Catastrophe. Gallagher 15, also pretty old. Anti-satellite attacks, increased risk of nuclear war. Yeah, but where are we getting anti-satellite attacks? No country has ever deliberately and destructively attacked a satellite belonging to another country. Great. Because there's massive incentives not to, right? Hyping threats, does this mean the threats are overhyped? I don't know. But powerful countries do sometimes respond irrationally when attacked, but you don't get to the attack in the first place. Moreover, disproportionate retaliation following a deliberate anti-satellite attack, which is not going to happen, is not the only way in which anti-satellite weapons could contribute to nuclear war. Inadvertent deterrence failure would increase. Wait, if what? As was clearly understood, crisis management would become more difficult if satellites used for reconnaissance and communication were disabled and destroyed. But I still don't know what the internal link is to destroy the satellites. If, for instance, US military leaders became seriously concerned that China or Russia were preparing an anti-satellite attack, so Russia non-uniques, okay, pressure could build for a preemptive attack against Chinese or Russian strategic forces. But still, what is the link? Like, how does voting AF change any perceptions of who's gonna do anti-satellite attacks? I don't know. This seems very confusing to me. If anything, you can make the argument that voting AF is good because it like assuages fears in the US that China might be planning an anti-satellite attack because they're reducing I don't know, because the mineral resources might be used in the anti-satellite attacks. And like if they're no longer expanding their presence in other countries as much, then maybe this is a signal of like peace or something. I don't know. There's probably some link turn you can get here. Disaster. Zarkadakis 19. Unless colonies in space. Okay, this is like space travel important, right? That makes sense. Um, Extinction, sure, it makes sense. So this is like the get off the rock stuff that they probably go for. Yeah, fascinating. I mean, I think it's an interesting argument. Maybe a bit overhyped. Has a lot of flaws, in my opinion. Especially in the space section, especially when you're talking about like just very narrow types of resources, like even copper, right? Like if they're right that copper is so important to China, then again, it's just not likely to be included in the substantial reduction of extraction of international resources. It would just be other stuff instead, like oil or something. And so I don't know. I think that this is maybe not the best argument.